Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to game 9 of the World Championship 2023. Joining me is Amruta Mokal. Hello, Amruta.
Hi Sagar and hi everyone, how are you?
Everyone's great, Amruta. What is your feeling today? We haven't changed the thumbnail yet. We will be changing it very shortly and making it game 9. But e4 has been played by Nepo, and he is leading the match with 1 point. The score is 4.5, 3.5.
Yeah,
Do
and
you
today
think?
Ding is black, Sagar.
Yes.
That's the main difference. Plus, yesterday the streak of white winning has been broken. Kind of we expected in some way, but Ding had almost, surprised everyone with his play. It was
Right.
so brilliant.
Yeah, Ding played really well yesterday, but couldn't get the full point, and Nepo managed to draw. So today, now Nepo with white pieces is strong because he's won 2 games already
Hmm.
with white back to back.
And what is your today's prediction?
Okay, guys, we are back. Sorry for that small lag. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and then he plays his bishop to b5. What is the name of this opening, guys, that is played? Bishop b5. Thogan says Nepo has won a game with black, so now we also want Ding to win with black. Yes, let's see if Ding manages to do that today. That would really throw the tournament wide open. So bishop b5. Guys, it is the Rui Lopez that after bishop b5 is the Rui Lopez here. Absolutely right. So many of you are correct. It is known as the Italian, the Rui Lopez. And then knight f6. Ding is like, let me go solid today. Today, my first priority is not to lose. So he goes for the Berlin. If you remember, he had one game where he played a6. We had the Rui Lopez with bishop a4, knight f6, and so on. But today, he decides to go for directly knight f6. d3 was played, and then came the move bishop to c5. Now bishop c5 puts the bishop on a good square, and it is known as the anti-Berlin here. d3 bishop c5, this is known as the anti-Berlin. Second, guys, just making sure that we have the right thumbnail here. There you go. Good. Ding and Nepo on your screen. Game 9. Okay, knight f6 here played d3 bishop c5. This is known as an anti-Berlin with the move d3. And then he goes c3. Now, generally, it is very commonly seen here that after d3 bishop c5, white does take on c6 and then dc6, and this is how it is played. But he went c3, and now after castles, Nepo also castled. He did not take on c6. So here's my question to all of you, that if after castles, if Nepo instead of castling would have taken here bishop takes c6, if Nepo would have taken bishop takes c6 and then b takes c6, Knight e5. What move would you play here as black? Black to play. What is the move that you would play? Very good, guys. Very good. So many of you have given the right answer. The answer is d5. Let me see if our chat chess moves is working today. It seems like it is working pretty fine. Maybe few names wouldn't come right now because we started a bit late. But Parth, Shaumik, Paranjay, Manoj, and also Rajeshwari. Well done, guys. So the point here is that once you get the pawn to d5, now this is great compensation, because if you take, then this is a problem here. The king is still in the center, and if you do not take and if you try to castle, then you lose a pawn after de, and knight takes e4, and there is pressure here. The bishop can come out from here, so all in all it becomes very, very dangerous to defend. So that's the reason why here Nepo does not go for grabbing a pawn, he goes for short castle. And now he played the move d5. Ding goes for very, very solid move, and he says that I want to equalize it completely. He goes d5 here, very active, opening up his bishop. Knight d2 played by white, and the idea is now to just develop your pieces. de, de, and Ding now plays a very, very interesting move. He plays a5. So let's just have a look at this entire game in our chess base 17 and see if we are able to check how many times this has happened. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight f6, all good. d3, bishop c5. We have close to 12,000 games from this position. c3, castles, castles. And now if you see, the main move here is d6. The second main move is rook e8. But he plays the move d5. And now the main move is knight bd2. And by the way, this has been played by many top players. Caruana, Giri, Anand. Of course, Anish has to be there. Wesley So, Karyakin. Vishy has played it many times here. And now, check if this was on the Leeches account that was theorized to be Ding, says Hypernova. Oh, that's a good question. Because yesterday there was this leak, right, that happened. So knight d2, and now de happened. De, we are still in mainline theory. And now what did Ding play next, guys? Does anyone know what was Ding's move? So knight d2, de, de. We'll also put up a tournament for sure, so that we can play the arena. A5 was played. Okay, A5 was played in the position, and now the move that was played after A5, I actually am a bit surprised with this move A5. But if we look at the reference, we will see that players like Kramnik, Karyakin, Giri, all these players have played, and their main idea is that we want to gain space on the queen side and maybe stop b4. And if you take here, and once again we have seen that if this happens, black can equalize. This has been played before, by the way. Anand has also played it with Grishchuk here, but the main move now is rook e8. Rook e8 has been played in this position, and that has led to sort of equal positions: knight b3, queen d1, rook d1, bishop b6, knight c4, and knight takes e4 has happened. And this is how some of the games have gone, and they have all ended in draws. Oh, Arbiter Vivek says Nakamura has played it twice in Chess.com Online Rapid Championships and won both the games with black. One of them against Wesley So. Oh, that is very interesting. So there we have Nakamura here. His name at the top. He's beaten Dominguez. He's beaten Wesley So as well. So maybe Nakamura is the guy to follow here. Okay, but this did not happen. Let's see what happened in the game. In the game, the move that was played was a4. Okay, and then black played queen e7, defending this pawn. He's not afraid of double pawns because the bishop can then open up from this side. Queen c2, improving move. Knight b8, just bringing the knight back. Rook e1, rook d8, and this is the position on the board right now. Ding has taken 1 hour 46 minutes and Nepo has taken 1 hour 53 minutes. It looks very equalish, but there are very small things to notice here. Whenever there is a symmetrical position in terms of structure, like 3 pawns and here there are 4 pawns, it becomes very important to look at who is more active. The side which is more active generally starts to gain an advantage. So here, one of the plans that can be tried is knight f1, knight e3, and aiming at the f5 or d5 squares. Also, bishop could move to g5 if needed, and there can be a lot of things that can work in white's favor here with knight h4, knight f5. So that is something. Even black, on the other hand, can get his play, like bishop g4, c6. This move knight b8 is a very interesting move. Can anyone tell me why did he play knight b8? Why was knight b8 played? Let's also for c6. Yes, Shaumik, you are right that you want to put your pawn on c6. Sujit, you are right. Also, at some point, you want to put your bishop here, knight d7, rook d8, knight f8. So that's why rook d8 was played. Let's see on our database if this position has been played before. A5, a4, queen e7. Yes, it has been played 12 times. Queen c2 has been played. Oh, knight b8 is Rajabov. Oh, knight a7 was a mistake played by Nakamura versus Rajabov in their candidates, because after knight b3 the bishop was kind of misplaced here. So this was Nakamura's game, but knight b8 is the correct move. Rook e1 and now rook d8. So we have two games, Vapnievsky versus Bars and Rubers versus Jan Rubers versus Blajovic Tiana. Okay, I'm not sure who is Jan Rubers. I knew Elin Rubers as a player, but okay, let's see now. We can play with this position in our arena. So let me do a team tournament. World Championship Game 9. Starting position is this one. 30 minutes, 2 minutes plus 1 second increment. And create new tournament. Here's the link. I'm going to take it and put it. Guys, please do like the stream. Okay, so we have this position, and are there any more moves played after rook d8? Oh, h3 was played. So we will even add h3 as a move in our arena that we are playing. h3, and this has actually the game Dominguez. Oh, even Anand versus Vidit was in this line. Wow. Which is, I think, the only time that Vidit has beaten Vishy. Um, yes, please come, Amruta. Where were you?
I'm just trying to figure out some internet.
Amruta,
5-10 minutes.
do you know, by the way, guys, you can join in our arena. Do you know, Amruta, that Ding Legends preparation got leaked yesterday?
What? How?
No, you're not following it?
No.
So Ding Legends preparation got leaked.
Yesterday before the round, yeah, because there were people who were saying before the round,
Yeah,
during the round.
before the round.
What are you saying?
Yeah, because he was having a very like he had this thing, leeches accounts which were unknown, but then he played rook a2, and that leeches account had only those games which it was the only account which had played that move rook a2, and when it was checked, it had games that were played only by 2 accounts, and all the prep of the world championship was like many of the games over there. So a very careless thing that was done.
Oh my god, but that was known before the round, you think, to people or during the.
I think Nepo might not have known during the round, but it's quite possible that now he knows it, and his team has actually.
No, even before. Maybe if h3 has been played. A lot. Who knows? It's possible, right? I mean, you only need to be a little smart to, check this out.
Yes.
This kind of a thing. And even yesterday's preparation, what Ding played was not a very obvious thing that he will play.
Yeah.
And Nepo was very well prepared for that. So we don't know yet. But wow, this is like more like another type of intellectual thing which you are, because it can't even be said like a wrong thing, right? If you try to find.
No, it was
Leeches.
not found anyhow. What happened was, when that position was reached on leeches, you have a database here which shows which are the games that have reached this position
Correct. I
in
know.
leeches.
Yes.
Here.
Yes.
In leeches itself. And then these games came, and it was only that account. And so everyone got to see that account, and it became very fishy, that account, because it was playing against only another account, and they had played only few games. So in that sense, he got. So guys, click on the link in the pinned message and please do join in. We are starting an arena very shortly, and
Once you start here.
hmm?
Oh, you had some work. No.
Yeah, I will play. You will play the arena?
But the problem is I don't want to play with Sagar chess.
No, it's fine.
I reduce the rating.
Guys, it's starting in 41 minutes. Please do join in.
41 minutes?
seconds. 41 seconds. I think we have.
How many players?
Today, actually, there are less players who have joined in, but maybe you are waiting. So let me just quickly accept.
You also need to join, by the way. The
Yeah, we
games
are already
yesterday.
joined. Maybe I can make it, it will start in.
Maybe we'll not make it for 30 minutes. 20 minutes. Some people play a lot of games.
It has started.
How do you see the game now once
Here.
it starts? No, your game?
Yeah,
Stand
it will
by.
start.
Auto.
Guys, please do join in. The link is in the pinned message.
Jyotiraditya Deshpande says 100th like. अरे क्या बात है. Rohan asks, can I get accepted in the team? Yes, of course.
Everyone's accepted.
Ding playing fast today.
Okay, so whose move is it? Is it my move?
Oh, this is the position you are playing, yeah?
Yeah.
Come on, Sagarisha.
Bishop e2. It's so symmetrical, right?
Oh, I love the bishop on c5. There are two guys.
I think knight d7 makes sense.
Knight f8.
Now he's coming to f5, and maybe I have to give up my bishop. Mayank says Ding needs someone like Vishy.
Knight
Yes.
e6. 6. Okay.
Let's go knight f4.
Vaibhav is asking join कैसे होगा leeches पर. The link which we have pinned, if you go there, then you have to. Acha, maybe we'll accept a few. And then you have to click join. Okay. We have the new internet also. So I'll check.
Dear, Nantar. We can check later.
Okay.
Knight on f5 is quite a.
Sir, you rejected my request to the team, Anshik Master.
No, you are there.
Anshik, you were there, I think.
Oof, e5. Wow.
Nothing to worry, no? Knight d5. That knight on d5 is nice.
Knight d4. Okay, this definitely is a very tough position to play for both sides. Now he might want to go e6 as well.
Yeah, you need to get. Why don't you go bishop e6?
And give up that.
Nice.
It's possible, yeah. And then rook e8. Bishop f3, just bring your rook here. People can't see my game.
वही क्वेश्चन है.
Sorry.
इमीडिएटली आ गया. अच्छा, दैट्स व्हाई वो दिन भी मेरा सेम ही इशू हुआ था. ज्वाइन कैसे, वैभव को कैसे बताने का ज्वाइन कैसे होगा?
It's in the pinned message, Vaibhav.
Pinned message में.
Just click on it through your phone.
After you click on it, you will get a join button ऊपर. You have to click on that also. My account is Alpha0, says Nishi. Okay. He will accept. Sagar, are you liking your position?
Yeah,
I'm liking your position
pawn up.
very much.
Check.
Bishop versus knight, and Sagar is a pawn up. Somehow Sagar's games all go till the end. That's why the number of games he can play in 30 minutes is
Hmm.
lesser.
Hmm.
Because he's also multitasking, accepting people,
Yeah, I'm also
talking to
checking
me.
if any moves have been played.
Queen c7.
Rook d3. Okay.
What's the strat? Oh, why did you go that?
Why?
Go for a mate, rook a1, queen e1.
Okay, he's playing
g5. No, d5 is hanging.
very fast.
Seconds. You need to just make a move now. No time loss. Just play. Anything is okay.
Blundered too much.
Now that is a blunder, but who wins on time is a question. I think Sagar will strike back.
No, it's very tough.
Yes, Sagar, come on, you can. Just play fast. You have a nice pawn there. Nice majority. f6. Bishop e7.
What? It was hanging.
Play. Just play. Okay, yeah, sorry, it was hanging. Accept my request, accept my request. Was a point playing parallel with the position from the main game. Anyway, the level and line will not anywhere near be near to what Ding and Nepo will
Yes,
play,
but
says
Amit
Amit Kumar.
Kumar, you don't need to play.
Amit Kumar, but generally when you play on some positions, the understanding which you develop, the way you think, where to put your pieces, when you want to take pawn breaks, all of it, it develops a lot of understanding. Practical play is very different. So even if it is not the exact same, a lot of things in terms of understanding the piece play improves because you play the games. So generally when you prepare a new opening, what matters a lot is the playing practice on that new opening. How much ever theoretically you're good at it, you're in the beginning you're always going to be not able to play the best if your opponent is well prepared, of course. So yeah. Sarisha, when will the video with VD come? Wait a bit. Knight on f5, bishop on c1. Are you happy?
I don't know what to aim for.
That,
Knight h4.
I like that move. In fact, I'll even consider accept my request, Veer Sumaya.
Have a look at what the game is happening. Maybe we can go for a second. There was rook d8, h3, h6, knight f1, c6, bishop c4, knight a6, g3, queen c7. Okay, maybe this is some idea which you can use. Bishop c4.
How's your score like, Sagar?
Um,
Not counting.
I lost 2 games and won 1 game.
When it says came after a long time, why is Sagar so sad? Sagar is playing a game right now. It's on the position of Nepo versus Ding. I think a lot of people are playing the tournament, and just to gain more understanding of what is happening. If anybody wants to join, by the way, you can join. We'll accept it. So he's just a bit serious, not sad. Black is playing very actively, but black has missed a tactic, and there is deflection happening there. Sagar has won the pawn. He has 1 minute. He must make sure that he doesn't go too low on time. Dark square bishop is exchanged. Yes, Sagar is played. Sir, we cannot see the game. When you accept, I think they're not able to see the game. Got it. No, no, bar. Yes. Beloglavi, no bar. Is the H pawn going to be a hero here, guys? Seems like that. Why did he not take? See. Happens,
You can
happens,
play, Amruta.
happens.
I'll come back.
Is it the game's going on?
Yes, yes.
Like they can see the game
Yes.
and it will start auto, kya?
Yeah.
Okay, that's starting. I think in the first time. Mm, white to play. Let's see how it goes, guys. What if I think of going for a doubled pawn? No, I don't need to. Actually, I was interested in b3 move. But anyway, what I would like to do is, I think Sagar was getting his knight to f5, which was good. I think most of you might be doing that. Didn't really see any big problem there, to be honest. Yeah, I think this is the move which I was thinking. पिन चैट में लिंक है, I have to accept. Okay, I can't go h5 and kick the knight because my pawn will be hanging. But I want to go h5. So what next? What next to improve the position is a question. How about this maneuver? No. Interesting idea. By me. Chess punches has gone knight d7. Okay. I got your idea. Chess punches. What? You blundered or what? A full queen. Did you just forget I had a queen on c2? Sad. But it happens. Don't you worry. Still 5 minutes more, so I think people can. Okay. A mate incoming soon. But check. 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 And that's gonna be a mate. Okay, design. So that's done. I just want to check if people yeah, if I have to accept. Anybody, yeah? No, this is there. Sorry. Where do I accept? I think I forgot, yeah? Maybe here. Yeah. Shikarogi. Okay. I hope you can still see the games. Yes, the game has started. New game has started. Black resigned, white is victorious. But is the new game started or what? To bishop c4. No, it's not my game. Sagar versus chess. Has the game started? So this is what I get confused. Whenever I leave this, then the next game starts, but I'm not able to get the game from position. This is the past game analysis. Oh, okay, got it. But then what is the current game? Or is it over for me? Yeah, if I go here. Pairing is get ready. Acha, it's pairing. The pairing is not yet done. I got it. Game has started. So I am black this time. My opponent has to play his King Slayer. Does that remind us of the team of Anish in CSL? He goes bishop c4. Okay. Everybody was going bishop e6 already, but I think I will start with knight d7. Oh, thank you. Knight b6. I would be happy to get your bishop. Where's the championship? Oh, it's on Leeches. We have pinned a link, but right now this is the last game. You can join. Every day we have on one position, which is between Nepo and Ding after the opening. So you could think of joining next time. Oh, I cannot go bishop e6. Pawn is hanging. Got it, got it. What do I do? So funny. Oh, I have a very cool plan. Very cool plan. B4? Really? You want to give it for free? And that too with the d4 square. Wow, what have you done, King Slayer? Why have you given a free pawn to me? Like literally, why? You're getting nothing in return. By doing so, you've also given me d4 square. My c pawn is also going to be pushed. Oh, now you're giving me a rook. Thank you. I know you might have planned something like queen b6, but I'm not worried about it. I won 8th game, says Veer Somaya. Whoa, that's cool. He played knight a1, knight e1, taking another pawn. So currently I have an exchange up and 2 pawns up. And I'm also getting a light square bishop exchange, which is a good thing. Knight e2. The only thing is to play fast and active. There is a pin there, guys. Okay, he supports that. Cool. Good. But I'm winning another pawn. This guy is definitely not materialistic the way he's giving me material. And he's given me a queen. Thank you so much. And it's over for you, King Slayer. Knight takes d1. Just take it. Take the pieces, all of them. Grab all of them. Double attack. Triple attack. Double attack. Everywhere there is double attack. Okay, Kingslayer, your time is up. And the tournament seems like over. Oh, we have the champion. Saumik 2010B is the champion. I'm guessing he's born in 2010 and he's in B division. The Knight House 1, 2, 3 gets the silver, and Sarth Bhosle gets a bronze. Okay, that's cool. You played, Saumik played 10 games, Knight House played 12 games, and Sarth Bhosle also played 12 games. Wow, that is a lot of games, yeah? Amazing. Shall we now go? Guys, you would have understood certain plans, yeah? Quite easy. Amrita, but third player is tied with the fourth one. Okay, how do I go back? Just to show you the final rankings here. Chess Tactics 25. Sarth Bhosle 25. 32, 31, 25, 25. Got it right there. Now we will check what Nepo actually played in the game. Are you guys ready? Yup, there we are. And I think the position which we played, everybody played, was this one, right? C6. And we all went bishop c4. I mean, that was the most natural move. Knight a6 was played. Exactly, knight a6 is also one of the ideas, because in 97 what happened to me also, that this bishop was getting blocked. So I think this is great. Plus from knight c7 you have ideas like b5. So you see, just the developing move, many of you would naturally go knight d7 in the first game. But over a period of time, you would, like if you played more games, I'm sure many of you would have gone for knight a6 as well, trying different ways to develop. So I like knight a6 move by Ding. Knight g3 was played by Nepo. This one was a, no doubt plan. Like you are going to try to come to f5 without any doubt. Queen went to c7. Oh, this is completely... sorry. I mean, with black, I did not think of this idea at all. But it really looks good, because firstly, you're moving away from a tempo in the future, the knight f5 tempo. Secondly, you can always place your bishop on f8 if required for the defense of g7 and h6. By the way, Clara mentions, Amritari, very surprising that Ding has a 27-minute time advantage. Nepo thinking a lot. Okay, that I think maybe right now Ding has thought a lot, but even if he had 25 minutes advantage, it's huge. So Queen c7, that would be another idea. What else could be the idea? The other idea could be when he wants to develop the bishop. You will have a choice whether you want to exchange this bishop or whether you want to retain the bishop. That would be a choice. And suppose you do not want to exchange, then you still can go bishop d7 with the ideas of b5. Another thing that the queen does from c7 is defend the a5 pawn. When you have to consider a move like b5, the bishop can always remain on e8, by the way, this bishop. So the queen c7 is very interesting. even if it is opening. Let me just check who. Yeah, there is Chess Tango versus iRobo, whatever game has been played. But very interesting, yeah. Knight a6 and Queen c7. Quite interesting. I think we must check in our database whether this has been played before. Mayank, now approve request in the Team Chessbiz India. Okay, Team Chessbiz India, may we will take you, don't worry, in some time. But the tournament is over, so yeah. Bishop a2 was played by Nepo over here. So let's say, why would he reject a move like knight f5? His last move was knight g3, and knight f5 looks very interesting. Definitely puts pressure on these 2 points, as we have seen. So is this the point where white needs to worried about this exchange? Bishop takes f5, e takes f5, and he is in fact also attacking the e5 pawn. So what is the reason white would have rejected? Guys, what should black play here? What would you play? What would you play here as black? There are few moves possible, but okay, most of you want to go for e4, and exactly that should be the first question, that can you push the pawn? E5 is weak, can you push the pawn because the knight defends this, plus you are attacking this f3 knight, an important one, cannot go to the center, you have two pieces there, two attackers, not possible. And if you go something like knight d2 trying to attack the pawn, the problem here is a very good move again incoming, e3. This is a great idea. You have just given up the pawn, last move, and after rook e8, let's say if you try to attack this, knight goes to f1, but this position actually with such a pin can be lot of compensation. In fact, we need to understand, it's not very clear how, not at all very clear, but one of the two things, if you observe, look at these diagonals here, this one and this one, and look at the knight which is going to jump to e4. Look at the dark squares which are going to be weak around the king. So this can become extremely interesting, that this knight also jumps to c5, e4, and the whole idea where the c1 bishop is, completely trapped inside this pawn. If you try to move something like king h1, trying to go e4, so that you can develop this bishop to a better place, it's not going to be so easy, because with this two knights and a rook, there is going to be a bind on e4, and it's going to be a great pawn sacrifice. It's very strategic. So that was a very beautiful idea we saw after knight f5, what could happen. He went bishop a2, Nepo went bishop a2, and Ding went b5. So this queen on c7 definitely secures the a5 pawn for future tactics as well. So b5, a nice idea, because now he could think of bishop b7 if c takes b5 happens. Yeah, Nepo went queen e2. He attacked the b5 pawn here. He attacked the b5 pawn here, went queen e2, and what about Ding? What did he do? He's thinking at this point, Ding has 1 hour 33 minutes. Okay, Nepo has 1 hour 18 minutes. I think this is what you were talking about. Right. And what are the options Ding will have? Because this is under attack. Is it really under attack? Is it something like if white captures it, black can get compensation? If you want to think of a simple move like defending the b5 pawn by, let's say, rook b8, let's just say for example, already gives white some time to reroute his knight to f5, which has always been very natural. If when we all played games on leeches right now in the tournament, it was very natural for us to come to h4 and then go knight f5. So it's not a difficult move at all. So knight h4, and if you try to go something like b4, putting, trying to exchange the c pawn, trying to open the c file, b file here, the problem can happen to your knight on a6, because now there is no rook on a8, so you wouldn't want to go back to a8. This knight on a6 doesn't really have square, so you will need to put another move in the defense of the knight. Let's say something like queen a7, also putting pressure here. But when all your pieces are slowly, focusing on the queen side in some way, white will be able to bring his knights, and at this point, not having too many pieces for black on the king side is going to allow a lot of tactical possibilities with knight g7, knight f5, knight h6, bishop from here also becomes a part of the attack. So this is how queen e2 can intend. Early b4. Yeah, so if you go b4 initially, still the same idea is possible. I think this bishop is happy that it has a square in the future on c4, and by doing so, it also kind of raises a question for this knight which is on a6. That is the reason, very important to understand. If Ding went knight a6, then he has to figure out a way. He needs to come to better squares. He needed to come to c7 or c5, but both the squares are occupied. Also, because last move queen c7 was played, it's not so easy that the queen is planning to move again. Maybe the bishop needs to move. And what? Do you want to go bishop f8 and try to be a little bit more defensive there, and then try to go knight c5, attack, keep pressure on e4, keep pressure on the square of b3, keep pressure on a4. I really love if the knight is able to come to c5, also because it has an eye on d3 as well. So the knight on c5 could be more powerful than the bishop on c5. What do you think, guys? White Dagger says, I would personally move my knight to h4 and then try to keep it at f5, so that when the bishop captures my knight, I can keep the pressure on h6 and g7 while keeping the center closed. What about knight h4 instant? Yeah, so here when you asked here instead why not knight h4, knight h4 is also possible, like a very natural move, a good move. Why not? Definitely possible. For black, I think one of the plan is clear, because he has gone knight a6 and queen e7. His last two moves have made it clear that at some point he's going to go back and bring his knight to c5. I think this is a very cool idea. I don't think it's going to be a very common idea here, but it's a very cool idea. In fact, if we just have to check, as I was saying, we are at this position, and if we have to check our reference database, if we have to check our reference database, after c6, bishop c4 was played, correct? And what Ding played was to develop the knight on a6, which has happened. De La Rosa has played against Genga S. When was it? 2021. This was played. And knight g3 was played in the game. Queen c7. Oh my god. They are actually almost on the lines of this game. Queen e2. Yeah, queen e2 was played before bishop a2. So that b5 is, not even allowed. Bishop f8. If we just try to look at how they kind of continued here, the knight did come to c5. It did attack the e4 pawn, but b4. White gave up the e4 pawn, and yeah, this is how the game continued actually, and it ended in a draw after queen e4. Most probably e5 was weak, and b4 was weak. So this ended in a draw, this game. If we go back now, where c6 was played, sorry, यहाँ पे bishop c4 was played again. Knight a6, knight g3, no, knight g3 नहीं, bishop a2. Did he play bishop a2? One second. I'm getting a little bit confused. What did he play? Yeah, he played bishop a2, knight g3 first, then queen c7, and then bishop a2, b5, and then queen e2. This happened. This was something which happened. So if he plays bishop a2 here, b5, no, queen c7, knight g3, b5, no game has happened. Yeah, in this position, no game has happened in this position. So basically it's a new territory. That's why Nepo was thinking. And at this point of time for bishop c4, what we saw was knight a6 was only one game which was played. Otherwise, c6 in itself has not played much. By the way, Abhijit Gupta versus GN Gopal has happened. And even if you go back a little bit more, knight b d7 here has been more common. Knight b d7. Very few games still. Oops. They have not played c6 at all from this move order. Let's try to see if this is converting. c6 was played before rook d8, but white had gone bishop f1. He did not go bishop c4. But here what happened was the bishop developed to g4. Again, quite different from the game which we are currently seeing. So it's a very new territory, and I think the plan is very interesting. What has happened in Nepo's game, Nepo versus Ding right now. Knight a6, knight queen c7 is very interesting. What do you guys think? Bishop a2 is novelty, says Sakar Ambarnath. Bishop a2 is novelty, yeah. But there is a game chess tango. Maybe it's only Lichess pay. No, I think even queen c7 is novelty. This has not been played. The whole idea with queen c7. That is also right. So, okay, let's be here. And firstly, guys, who do you prefer, white or black? Yes, Rajeshwari. Knight is weak on a6, but if it is on c5, it's definitely strong. Black. Oh, black. Again, black. Both are fine. Okay, quite flexible there. White. Both are fine. Yeah, very. So all those who prefer black, what makes you like black, whatever, slightly more or something? Why do you like black more? Because if you like white, I think it is very clear that sooner or later you want your knight on f5, and there are these attacking possibilities. It's like a straightforward thing. Even this bishop is eyeing here on f7, g7, and this is something which looks excellent for white. Plan is straightforward. So why do you like black? By the way, Ding has played rook b8, the move which we were thinking, and we were checking out the ideas with knight h4, a very natural move for Nepo. But if not rook b8, look at this idea. Bishop goes back to f8. Amrita, एक poll कर दो. Yes, I will put a poll definitely. Black poses more. Okay. So if bishop f8, what happens? Because you're losing this b5 pawn, isn't it? ab5, cb5, queen b5. So firstly, a loss of one pawn. So what we are looking at is a pawn sacrifice. In return for what? In return for knight jumps to c5 with a tempo? No, because it is also very well defended. two pieces are defending. So what could be the threat of knight c5 if not knight e4? Maybe knight d3, so that you are attacking the e1 rook, f2 pawn, c1 bishop, with also the ideas of when you attack c1 bishop, even the b2 could become weak. So knight c5 looks very strong with the idea of knight d3. And let's say I say, okay, I just go back, I've done my job, I've captured a pawn, and now I'm going back. If I go back queen e2, and if I say, okay, you can come knight d3, is this position really a good compensation for black? Guys, here black has a very strong move. Can you guess the move for black? Oh, people are already, yeah, absolutely. Bishop a6. What a powerful move. Without the pawn on b5 anymore, and with such a strong knight on d3, the pieces, just look at the pieces for black, yeah? They already seem very active. They already seem extremely active. And this is a direct threat of discovered attack here. You're winning a piece. And it's not easy to find a good move for white. I mean, you may try to consider moving the queen somewhere away. But now jumps bishop c5 because you've done your job of getting the knight to c5, of getting it to d3. Now bishop comes to c5 where your attack on f2 is, supported by another piece. Very beautiful, yeah. The whole theme was very beautiful. That knight first develops to a6. The bishop goes back, saying, okay, knight, it's your turn. Get going. My support to you. The knight comes to c5. Then the knight says, okay, I have come forward. Now it's your turn. Come. Bishop c5. Together we are strong. And look at this. The whole thing is so beautiful. I am loving this pawn sacrifice, which, could have happened. Mind you, it was not at all easy. These are all the thematic ideas. But if Ding is prepared, then definitely he has, considered these kind of ideas of a pawn sacrifice. He knows they lie somewhere, in the whole landscape. He knows that they lie somewhere. This has not happened, but this would have been extremely interesting and we should analyze it furthermore. But I want to update that Ding has made a move. Nepo has made a move. Nepo played knight h4. As we absolutely expected, the most natural move, knight goes to h4. He is threatening a lot of ideas with knight g3, knight f5, and Ding is going to face some trouble if he is not careful. Yeah, uh, right now he may have to go back, but if you guys are alert, important move for white. There is one important move for white. Are you alert? Just to see if you are alert or not. It's not a winning move at all, but are you alert? Okay, Aditya, your mother's name is Rajeshwari. I get it. So maybe you can change your name here so that it will be easier to call you Aditya. Yes, Queen f3 is also a good move where you are alert to ideas like Bishop h6 and this knight can become weak. Most natural, in fact. But the other move which I want you to be alert and after knight h4 has happened is one more idea where the knight jumps to g6. This idea because of the pin here, threatening to take this bishop also. It's a great bishop, yeah. And if ignored, if the bishop says no, I want to move from here, a very strong idea, guys. Can you find here a very strong idea? Yes, TT Rajeshwari, right. Can you find a very strong idea for white? Yes, Aditya, f4. Look at this idea. Now keep in mind the ideas. When we are looking at Trilopes, this opening right now, and when we are looking at themes, it's not about just this game. It's about when you play this opening, just the understanding of the piece play. That, these are the themes which are possible. Knight goes to h4, knight can go to g6. Then you can suddenly think of, because there is no knight on f3, f4 ideas, as if with the knight on g6, the main difference happens when the knight is on h4, which cannot happen, and the knight on g6, it can happen, is the move e5. Right now Rukko is on d8, so anyway it would have happened. But this becomes even more powerful here. Even if there is a check, it's fine, because takes, there is ef6, and this is just completely dangerous for the black king. It's going to be in fact over with the two bishops eyeing there. So knight h4 is already asking Ding a question, that what is your plan? If you go bishop f8, I have knight g6, I have f4, looks very powerful and scary. But if you don't go bishop f8, then what? What was your whole idea? You have kept your knight on a6, not on d7 like usual, which could actually go to f8 and even defend and even try to come to e6 and g6 when we played in our practice games. That's not happening. You have not even tried to exchange my light square, bishop Ding. Then your knight is currently at the edge of the board. So yes, it does want to become powerful, but it needs that one move. Am I going to allow you that one move? And what about this bishop? It's on a beautiful diagonal, but can you put more pressure on the diagonal? No, rook on d file is beautifully placed, but the real impact is if it can help other pieces to become more active. So as of now, Ding's pieces, they really need to find a way. There really has to be a meaning for a quick b5. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense what Ding has played on queen side. They are going to be slow moves. So what is he planning? Is he planning a move like bishop e6? Because now after bishop e6, remember there is no queen on e7 and you will have to double the pawns. And this structure right now doesn't look so good. You have weakened the g6 square tremendously. I'm going to come knight h5. I'm going to exchange this knight, and then I'm going to come queen g4 or queen h5. So yeah, these are the ideas after knight h4, and that is the reason the position which we are going towards, as we look back of one or two move, if we go back, we can understand that b5 was a little early. The best idea he should have started was to try and get his knight to c5 at the soonest. So bishop f8 would have been definitely an important move. If not, after b5, queen e2, it was still important to not care about your pawn and to either go bishop f8 or something like bishop a7 to give a beautiful pawn sacrifice. Not easy at all to assess, because nothing immediate is happening, but to assess that the main advantage will be development and weak squares. That would be the main advantage, that you are just getting tempos with your pieces, tempi. And yeah, b5 is risky, not really if you are calculating well. Like, just look at the forcing variation. Yeah, queen b5, knight c5, this we are reaching. Knight d3 is the threat. How will you even think of stopping knight d3? Suppose you have to consider, can you think of stopping knight d3? No knight is able to stop knight b. You wouldn't want to consider a move like bishop b1 for sure, because it may stop knight d3 directly, but it weakens the other square, which is b3. And a4 can be very strong with knight to b3. Just look at the power of this knight in general. So this would be really bad. And now also the threat is bishop a6, which earlier move is not possible because the queen could have taken on could it have taken on a5? It could have taken, in fact it was possible. Yeah, just not to take the queen on a5, threaten knight b3 again. there is some trouble here. So b5 was an extremely powerful move, and the only way white had to also play active, white had to play b4, attack this knight, and knight d3. This, we can say, would be a position which would have reached in a way. And if you try to go something like rook e2 or something, it would be a blunder. You lose the c3 pawn, and it's just completely devastating. If you go rook d1 here, still you could play queen c3, or first you could develop the bishop with a tempo, and then you could capture this. And this for sure is compensation. You need to calculate. That's the whole point. You really need to calculate. It can become crazy, and if you're ready for a, with the whole tactics which are happening in this position, any result could be possible. So if Ding wants something which is way safer as black, because if he loses, then this match is almost like very one-sided. It will become very one-sided from now. So hence he would have rejected b5, I believe. At knight h4 he is thinking. Not an easy position at all. Now I will say that Ding is, going towards some trouble. Always play bishop f8 or bishop f1. Always, I'm not sure, but yeah. As we understand, the c5 square is very important for the knight on a6. Okay, maybe I'll put a poll, yeah? What do you think of this game? Shall I put a poll? Oh, I don't see the thing there. Maybe we'll have to wait so that once. Yeah, I got it. I'll just put a poll for you guys. Who will win? What will be the result is better? Ding. Draw. Okay. I put the poll. Okay, move has happened on the board, by the way. Ding played bishop f8. Yeah, he played bishop f8. I think that was a very necessary moment to play bishop f8. Otherwise, it would have been too late. And this position is a delightful position for Nepo at this point. If you look at the time, by the way, Ding has come down to 1 hour 11 minutes. And Nepo has 1 hour 16 minutes. So knight g6 is definitely a very strong candidate here, which is happening. The other moves which were suggested by the chat was queen f3, also a very strong candidate because of the direct threat bishop h6 and followed by queen takes f6. So these two moves already very powerful and both are good. So no doubt that Nepo will play one of them. And maybe Nepo will choose queen f3 because in knight g6 there's a lot of calculation which he may have to do after f4 and all, and he may not want to do anything which is super crazy. So because when he has something simpler. So after queen f3, how does black try to, defend against this threat of bishop h6? What do you think, guys? Yeah, queen f3 is also very natural. Oh, and he played it. He did not have to think much. Queen f3 has happened on the board. It's a serious question to Ding. What will he do now? Guys, what do you think Ding should do now at this point? If you observe, the a pawn has been left hanging. Does it matter as much? B takes a4, black wins a pawn, but he has a double pawn. But he also opens the file for the rook. But the whole thing for him is happening on the queen side. And bishop h6, let's say Nepo takes the pawn on h6. Obviously you cannot capture, I mean it's going to be devastating. You say you just ignore. But if you ignore, then what do? What you have been wanting to do, bringing the knight to c5. The knight on a6 had to come on c5. Only then black is in, some kind of a game. So let's say we reach this position. Okay, pawns are equal, but all white's pieces, just look at them. In fact, even this guy here, 5 pieces against this king. There are 2 defenders here. This position we reach. White has to continue with the attack. If you try to think of a move like knight f5, there's a problem. You need to have a threat, but you don't. You don't have any immediate threat. Problem is that queen g4 is stopped by this knight on f6. So there is no immediate threat. And what black can simply say, black to play. What is the good move for black here, guys? Oh, g h6 would be... 1 second. Is our chat chess moves working? Can I just have a look at it? Okay, it's working. Oh, guys, can you please write the move again? Because I had not updated. Yeah, thanks. All those who had written the move earlier, I had cleared the move. So if you can please type the move again, it will be great. So majorly I have 2 answers in the chat. Okay, 3. Actually 3 answers. Wow, that's cool. Because all the 3 are the important moves to consider. Though there is one more move which has not been mentioned by anyone. So the 3 candidate moves which I have got from the chat is, one is gh6, one is rook d3, and one is rook b2. These are the 3 moves. Very first and very important question, because gh6 has been said by the maximum people. What is the problem for gh6? That would be the first question, yeah? Because otherwise black is just a simple piece up. So for gh6, knight h6, bishop h6, queen f6, black still is a piece up here. And you are attacking the h6 bishop as well. And after bishop g7. Is there anything immediate? No, there is nothing immediate. But somehow there is knight coming to h5. And the computer thinks that this is very, unclear. A lot of possibilities, because knight h5, knight f6 check, with this bishop on a2, it looks very unclear. If you try to play a move like bishop e6, trying to challenge the light square bishop, knight h5, just to show you, there is a mate threat, mate in 1. You need to play f6. That's the only way to defend a bishop here. And then you need to give another pawn. So in this thing, 3 pawns. Black has lost, how many pawns? 1 second. 3 pawns on the king side have been lost, yeah? These 3. All the 3 pawns are lost. Of course, there is a double pawn here. Black 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 versus 4. So the actual difference is white has got 2 pawns for a piece. But so much compensation here he has. So this is one interesting possibility. which Nepo will not consider, because he doesn't need to give this kind of an unclear position with a piece down. He will, if he wants to sacrifice a piece, he will try to see that he gets some advantage. So knight h6, let's say we kind of say ki wait, let us wait for a move like knight h6. What was our analysis? Yeah, queen f3, bishop e4, and bishop h6. This is what we were looking at. Were we looking at this? Yeah, knight c5, and we were, I think, looking at knight f5. Knight f5, and here g6. The other people who had suggested rook b2, only one person, Aditya Saxena, suggested rook b2, just simply ignoring what is happening on the king side, taking the pawn here. Let's not forget, with the rook on b2, you always have a choice to also give an exchange sack in the future with rook a2. But importantly, the question is, what is white's threat here? That is the most important question, because if you take knight g7, there is bishop g7, there is bishop g7, king g7, and in this position still you do not have queen g4, queen h5, queen f5, anything. If you try to play something like knight h5 check, then after knight h5, queen h5, this queen again comes to the defense. And after rook e3, in fact, the beautiful idea to defend white's idea of rook g3, queen h8 mate. What is a great defense here? Guys, black to play. I mean, the best defense I'm asking. There are number of possibilities. Arjun's match will start at 4:30. We have the live commentary, another live commentary, which will also begin. Rook h8 would be a blunder, Muhammad, because there is rook g3 check to the king, and the king will have to go back to f8, and then queen h8 would be a mate. So rook h8 would be a blunder. Rook f8 also would be a blunder. Rook g3 check, king f6, and again there is a mate, queen h6 or queen g5. That's also a mate. Rook d6, yes, absolutely a possible defense, because you want to go here. But stronger move, no one has suggested the strongest move here. The strongest move, this rook wants to give a check. Can we stop this check? The side defense. Absolutely. Yes, Samir, you're right. Rook d3, challenge this rook. Stop the check forever. And this one, after rook d3, is the position is very well defended. Yeah, black's pieces are active. White does not have enough pieces on the king side. The alone queen cannot do anything. The rook did try, but now it was getting exchanged. So this is something which would go very interesting after queen f3. So if queen f3, b takes a4. I think for Ding, if he goes ba4, then bishop a6, knight c5. This is a likely possibility that he can enter. But to even make a decision that he wants to enter in this position, he will need to think. And time will be an important factor, because it is going to get very complicated. Maybe he will avoid going into this, because on board it looks very scary with 5 pieces near your king. It just looks scary. So that is one possibility that he will reject that way. What else he can do is to go directly knight c5. But again, after b8-6, if you think of something like rook d3, trying to attack the queen, and the bishop goes back to e3, black is a pawn down for the moment. And if you try to recover the pawn, b takes a4, yeah, then nothing immediate. Yeah, bishop goes to c4, attacks the rook. If you go back, you gain nothing. You gain nothing here, because white starts with his attack again, and with these knights, now d3 square is completely under control and no counterplay for black. So Ding must go into a risk. He will have to say risk hai to ishq hai. He will have to capture ba4. He will also have to ask Nepo whether Nepo is ready to take some risks by giving a piece sacrifice and all. And he will have to go into a position where he needs to trust himself in finding accurate moves, how much ever difficult it will be. But I don't think Ding has much choice. Yes, it's a lot of pressure. He is 15 minutes down. It's the 19th move, which means we are talking about 22 moves still left for Ding. And the next 2 3 moves, if he wants to allow those kind of complications there and some sacrifices there, he's already going to need around 20 to 30 minutes. So the chances of going into 20 moves in 30 minutes seems very likely. Yeah. So what has the poll said, by the way? So the poll says 43% Nepo wins, 40% Ding wins, only 16% draw. So 85% of the people are thinking there is a result, yeah? It's going to be a result. What about knight c4 now? You mean knight c5, right? Yes. So knight c5 is a move if we were looking at, and bishop h6. Of course, let me just remind you that it is a Nepo's choice, that he could even say, no, I don't want to play bishop h6, I don't want to take the pawn, and he could still go knight g6 kind of a move. But why to avoid taking such a pawn if you are getting it, the kingside pawn? So for knight c5, bishop h6 is happening, and we might reach something this kind of a position with the candidates of knight a4, rook d3, already a scary position for black. I'm an Indian engineer, says blacks bishops are really passive. Yeah, this bishop is basically there to defend, and the c8 bishop, not challenging this bishop like normal, um, does seem a little bit right now not in the play. Overall, the whole thing with queen c7, knight a6, I think got slowed down for Ding because he tried to firstly save the pawn on b5. So if this is about preparation, then it was important to understand the ideas of when you can give such a pawn as a sacrifice. Plus, knight a6 was a cool idea by Ding, but it had to be followed up by a very quick thing of maneuvering bishop f8 and knight c5. That was important. Every move delay for the knight to come to c5. The whole counterplay is based on this knight on c5, because once it is there, we know the square d3 becomes very critical, be it for the rook, be it for the knight. We understand the square b3, in fact everything, the knight becomes the hero. So it was very important. Yeah, so all of this thing which we analyzed right now, let's just go to the final conclusion for queen f3. For queen f3, the maybe the best way for Ding to fight could be b takes a4, where Nepo will take the pawn on h6, bishop takes h6, where Ding will have to ignore that and go knight c5. And where now Nepo will, consider different ideas with knight f5, trying to give up a piece for these two pawns, or simply bringing his bishop back, pinning the knight on f6 again, forcing him to attack the queen. And okay, even this looks a bit of trouble because the idea is bishop f6, and after gf6 the problem is there is a very strong hold for white on f5. So to allow bishop f6 looks very horrible. You cannot do that. Which means you need to move the knight or you need to defend the knight. Oh, by the way, Nepo has played bishop a4. Sorry, Ding has played ba4. As we discussed, if he wants to, at this point of time, if he would have sit only calmly, nothing could have worked. It was all very easy for Nepo. So he had to do something which is dynamic, which is active, and ba4 is one of that move. So for bishop h6, by the way, one more move which we must think, what happens for rook b2? What is the problem, guys, for a move rook b2? What should white play? What should white play here? Okay, let's see what all you have to say. Okay, bishop g5. Ujjan, Saumik, Telegram, Poonam, Jyotiraditya, and Sumit. Absolutely right. Bishop g5 is the move which you want to play, which we were looking at earlier in different variations, and in this at this time it's the strongest one. You are pinning the knight, you are threatening to capture the knight on f6. There is no immediate threat by black. So after bishop g5, it's all over. There is no rook d3, there is nothing. The knight still is on a6, and it's very difficult to defend the knight. You cannot move the knight. If you try to defend it with what kind of a move, maybe something like bishop e7, then comes knight f5 very strongly. So yeah, you cannot play rook b2. But instead of bishop g5, if you would have gone bishop c1 to attack this rook, a great idea for black would have been, guys, can you guess what would be the great idea? Oh, bishop h6 has happened, by the way, and Ding did not play this. But for a moment, the question is if bishop c1, absolutely right, telegram, chess, rook a2, you are sacrificing that rook for such a powerful bishop, and then you are bringing in your knight. Now, this is your extra pawn there, very strong one, and again you will see that your pieces are quickly coming into the game, and without this bishop in the game, white still needs to do a lot of work to create the attack. So we have reached this position. Can you believe it? It is an amazingly complex position which we are going into, with clearly Nepo being in favor because he's the one who is attacking. Ding is the one who really needs to play accurately to defend. But what a position! Every day we reach a game where it becomes so interesting, so complex that even 2 hours we understand for the players is not enough to find the ideas on the board. So this is brilliant. Knight c5. All of you look at the strategical ideas and the attacking ideas. They're beautiful. What should Nepo play now? What are his main choices? What are his candidate moves? Guys, let's just try to have a poll to check, if not a poll but in chat moves, so that you can guess or predict what Nepo will play. It's about what Nepo will play, not what you will play. So white to play, it could be different ideas, different candidates. Can you guess? Let's see what your guess is for Nepo's next move. Okay, shall I go to the interesting suggestions? So there we have bishop g5 is the max predicted move. Then there is knight hf5 also. Knight f5, bishop e3, bishop c1. No one has predicted knight g6. Okay. So bishop g5 and knight f5. Let's go back to the game and let's look at bishop g5 because firstly most natural move as we know that you want to take on f6. If you go bishop g5 for Ding, he is strategically forced to attack this queen on f3. He could think of a move like rook d6 if he wants to defend this, but as we know, whatever move goes trying to defend a knight on f6, the problem is the knight jumps to f5 and attacks the piece which defends it. Not just that, there's threats like knight g7. There's a lot of threats actually, they can't even be counted. But knight f5, if bishop f5, there's knight f5, and now if you move the rook to d3 here, let's say, queen just goes back, the threat still remains. Bishop f6 is still a strong threat here, and oops, even if you try to take the pawn, defend the f6 knight, the problem is takes, and queen d3. Oops, sorry, actually you couldn't take on e4 because it was a blunder already. But what if you try to take with the f knight? Yeah, what is the problem with knight f e4? The problem is if the knight moves to e4, big thing, it has lost control of some important square, which that square the white queen would be so happy to go to. Queen g4. With such pieces, this is like the most beautiful square ever you would love to go to. With all the threats like bishop h6, even knight h6 for that matter. If you take gh6 there, if nothing, there's always bishop d8 disco. But yeah, it looks like a lot of trouble, right, for black? What do you think, guys? Anyway, we went into a variation which was bad for Ding, which we don't need to go. What we can try to think is the best idea. Rook d3. Directly going rook d3, attacking the queen here and asking him what you're going to play. Because if you now play bishop e3, the problem is suddenly rook comes to b2. And this is restricted. This bishop is restricted. You have ideas like rook a2. You have ideas like knight b3. After knight f5, there is no immediate threat. There is no immediate threat. And you lose the e4 pawn as well. So this should be good. So rook d3 is an important move. So Ding actually should not take much time here. No, knight c5. Nepo is thinking. For Nepo, he has to calculate bishop g5, rook d3. If he doesn't like that, he may not even go for bishop g5. What are the questions? Okay. Knight c d7 possible. Oh, that's a good question because this knight defends the f6 one. But there is a problem. I mean, there are a number of problems. Firstly, anyway, knight f5 is very strong. Just to be able to get the knight to f5 is in itself is extremely strong. Something like you don't care, you give up this pawn. Then the other knight comes to h5. This is a big problem. Because if he takes here, in fact, so many moves are possible, guys. Just suggest, yeah? Whatever you will suggest, I'm sure it's going to be one of the best idea. All tactical ideas. So many moves are possible. Even if you don't play queen h5. I mean, firstly, you can just play queen h5. Bishop d8 has been suggested. It is suggested you're winning an exchange, but still you can see there are better ways to continue. Guys, come on. The best idea. Stay alert. Because it's the It's creating a mating net. Yes, yes, absolutely. Knight e7, the strongest idea. It's a check. If you go king h7, then there is a queen h5 mate because you've controlled the squares. And if you take here, then there is queen f7 check. If king h8, oh, anyway, it's a mate. So knight e7 would be game over. Wow. In fact, knight h5, just removing the knight, and this whole idea, if you saw, was a beautiful idea for white. So such move like rook b2, one move miss, it's not possible. So knight c d7 would be very passive. That's why you need to be very active, and rook d3 becomes an important idea. After queen e2, again, very important, like extremely important, is to go knight h7 and attack this bishop. So you see, last two moves for black, they have been attacking, counter attacking. Rook d3, knight h7. Important moves. Where does the bishop go? Bishop e3, bishop c1. Naturally, you feel first like wanting to go bishop e3 because you just develop the bishop. But after, so you will try to think of bishop e3, but a beautiful or an important consideration for black would be to say that I don't care about material. I just want to get rid of all the tension. It's like, you buy a house, it's a very expensive house, and every month you are paying some loan. And then after some time, after a year or so, you feel that you don't want to do that job anymore. You want to leave it. But why? But you cannot do that because you have taken a loan by calculating that you are earning XYZ amount in your job, and then it's all stressful, right? Because you have tied down yourself. So that stress, you don't want the stress. You don't want a house. Just rook takes e3 and you get rid of the material, and what happens in return, of course you're winning another pawn, but this imbalance without one piece less in attack could be a very very important consideration for black, which helps him to be in the game. So an exchange sacrifice, I think, is an important thing which Ding will need to do, and looking at his previous games, he has managed to do that. So the chances of him doing the exchange sacrifice will be quite a lot. So knight c5, and Nepo has come down to 1 hour 2 minutes, guys. 1 hour 2 minutes. Ding has 56 minutes. What do you think? What did you think about the whole variation which we just saw? Like, a lot of tactics, a lot of strategic sacrifices. In general, what is your opinion? What's happening there? A lot of sacrifices are positional sacrifices in a way because it's not immediate, right? Yeah, what do you think, guys, of the whole interesting possibilities which we were analyzing? What did you like, or what did you think that was the most important understanding which you got from that? I'm analyzed knight hf5. Over here, knight hf5. I think we analyzed it already. We were looking at. Oh, by the way, Nepo played a move. Nepo played knight g6. We just considered it as a possibility, but we have not analyzed it. So knight g6 he played. Ding is down to 55 minutes, so time wise they both are very close to each other. None of them is really under time pressure. Is the 21st move. And what do you do now, guys? Suggest, what do you think Ding is thinking? What are you thinking? Moves like there is rook d3, because it's, let's just look at the counter attacking moves. There's rook d3, there is rook b2, there's knight d3. You may want to consider moving the bishop. So tell me, what you might even want to consider something like knight b3. Actually, quite a lot of candidate moves for black very quickly. Knight g6 is not the best move, says Himanshu Patel. Bishop g5 was definitely worthy of, calculating, but we are sure that maybe Nepo rejected it because it was just too complicated, and the position which we were landing into, even if slightly it was better for white, it was definitely with lot of counterplay, and that kind of a position was such that anything could happen. So maybe Nepo wants to play something which is more straightforward right now. Yes, let's check. Firstly, knight d3 and knight b3 are definitely two moves, but no, checks, captures and threats. In that, rook b2 is also an important move. So if you go knight d3, the rook moves to d1, attacks the d3 knight. Now what do you do? Because going back to c5 would be completely disastrous. You have not progressed in any way. Takes, maybe first rook d1 and then go bishop g5, and looks very powerful, because in the same position after bishop g5, what has changed is there is no rook d3 counter attack. You might say you have rook b2 as a counter attack, but you don't have time. There is bishop f6 already happening there, and you don't have time because there is queen h8 mate which is threatened. So no time to take on a2. So it's happening too fast. So knight d3 would be a bit slow. So let's say we can come back to it again. What about knight b3? Because importantly, it blocks the pin. So fg6 could be a threat, a strong threat. So what about this move? It also attacks the a1 rook. Yeah, what about now? Yes, Ranjit. Definitely a move which we must consider. And after bishop b3, ab3, white will take on f8. I mean, that was the whole point of going to g6, right? And if we look at this position, again, the idea first we as white, which have found very powerful for white, is to attack the knight on f6 constantly. Trying to attack the knight on f6. Also, when we had another knight here, trying to challenge with knight h5. So bishop g5 with the threat of takes and takes. And black this time does not have rook d3, knight d3, anything. So the way he may try to defend his knight would be by moving it. You don't want to enter into another pin with queen e7 for sure. So you may want to go knight h7, again attacking the bishop. And this position, if we reach, just looking at this position, minor pieces equal, pawns, black is a pawn down, an important pawn down. So slowly he can improve his position. Only thing is black will have this b3 pawn well placed, but it's not so easy. He may even try c5, c4, bishop b7, but the compensation may not be too much. Wait, he's not a pawn down. Actually, there is a pawn on a5. My bad. The position in terms of position is equal. He's not a pawn down. Yet, white has a huge advantage here. What would be the reason? One reason I see is also h4, h5, h6 at some point happening again. Yeah, that looks like a very important reason as well. The other reason, very different idea, is to go c4 and go rook a3 and try to win this pawn on b3. So this is a position which we can, like, we have gone too far, but this is a position which we should be alert for after knight b3. But most important question is, can you capture the pawn on b2? Can you do that? Because knight f8, rook f8, and now if you go bishop g5, knight h7, in the same position which we were looking at it earlier, and bishop goes to e3, the difference here is, now when the knight goes to b3, you have the rook on b2, not on b8. It's way more active. So after bishop b3, ab3, the rook is very active for black. That is a major difference, and the same position becomes better for black instead of better for white, because of he has one pawn here. Yeah, weak pawns. Telegram chat says all of this is one side, but if Ding will be in time trouble, then he will lose. Black is not pawn down. Yeah, weak pawns. Queen takes knight d6, knight e6. Where? Sorry, you have to ask me at the knight d3. You mean? So let's go back. Harshit has asked a question. Why not knight f5? Is it for rook b2 that you have asked this question? Why not knight f5? In knight b3, bishop b3, ab3, knight b5. So what Harshit asks is, after knight b3, bishop b3, ab3, and then knight f5. The problem is there is no pin, Harshit. So you should not forget that you have a knight here, which was very much temporarily based. It was not really a house of walls, but it was a tent. And after fg6, after ab3, the storm, you've lost your knight. But guys, it is getting so interesting. Can you even believe what's happening? Like, oh my god, he played rook b2. Ding made the best move here, the best possible counter play. Ding has been finding last 3 moves. This is not just about now. Look at this. He played B. Is it preparation for him? I really doubt. But queen f3, he took on a4. Bishop takes h6. This ba4 move was very important move. After bishop h6, Ding had to go knight c5 to kind of stay in the game. Again, important move, and not worrying about the whole attack here. And after knight g6, again, these pieces all look super dangerous. But Ding said, I don't care, I am taking your pawn on b2 right now. And he wins a pawn. He wins a pawn. If you count a pawn, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pawns with Ding, and with white 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Momentarily, he is a pawn up. It's the double pawn here, but he is a pawn up. Which means he is also free to give an exchange sacrifice there. That extra pawn will matter. So his threats of rook a2, or later, giving the rook for the bishop, as we saw, rook d3, rook e3, are definitely in consideration. It is Nepo's time to think accurately after rook b2. He needs to, because if he doesn't, then who knows, Nepo would be the one who will land up in trouble. So what is the next move as white? If you were given this position today, we played a game on the opening position, but if you were to play in this position with white, guys, what is the move which you find interesting to play? By the way, bishop g5 would be a big blunder right now. Can you tell me why? Bishop g5 is a big blunder. Black to play. Find a winning move. Find a winning move for black. Yep. Well done, guys. Rook, Rook A2, Poonam, Swapnil, Saumik, Harshit, Aryan, Akshata. Absolutely right. Again, let's not forget this rook sacrifices itself, and by doing so, also there is no more pin. You get two pieces for a rook. So fg6 would be winning. So bishop g5 would have been a big blunder. Obviously, Nepo is alert for that because he knows that. So that is the reason important right now. He will consider to, this is the threat, rook a2 and fg6. This is the threat, and that's the reason he either needs to move the bishop or he needs to take on f8. Knight f8 is the most natural move, but he could even think of a move like bishop c4, where black gets some time and to challenge this bishop again and revive the threat of f takes g6. And this actually is going to be very dangerous for Nepo, not Ding, because somehow he has managed to save his king side, and in the end, he is, going to have this extra pawn which is passed pawn and which is so close to winning for the endgame. Anyway, let's go back. So, here there is no doubt that Nepo is going to take on f8. He has to. And for knight f8, rook f8, this is a place where we land up into. King f8, guys, would be a big blunder. Look at the bar, so happy. Of course, you guys are alert, but very quickly, king f8 is a big blunder. Quickly. Isn't it like a tongue twister? Quickly. Yup, it's very easy to see the pin. So Harshit, Telegram, Swapnil, Kunal, Akshata, Queen f6 would be the problem. So obviously not King f8. Rook f8 would be the main move to think of. Is there anything else? Intermezzo. You have to, when you're considering the candidate moves, you have to try and think of if there are any intermezzo ideas. So be alert for that. Generally, intermediate moves are many times counter-attacking moves. You are attacking something, or there is a check in between, those kinds of moves. So if we had to, for a moment, think of, if a candidate is available, we might think of knight d3 attacking this rook over here. Also because the knight on f8 is in some way trapped. Like it can go to g6, but the problem would be to knight e1, and after rook e1, not just that, the problem is you lose the bishop on a2. That's why knight d3 could be a move to consider. Your threat is to win the whole rook, because at the end the a2 is hanging. So that is the reason knight g6 won't be possible. You will need to move the rook to d1. Okay, so here this is a position which is possible. I think rook f8, this will happen on the board, and Nepo will try to go bishop c4 to avoid considering all the rook exchange sacrifices with rook takes a2. He would love to have this bishop on the board on the light square, and create some threats over there. Okay, this is the position. Harshit says, ma'am, please analyze that variation I was telling. Knight b3, bishop b3. Harshit, I think we analyzed that. Here, knight b3, bishop b3, a b3, knight f8, rook f8, and then knight f5 was your question over here. Okay, knight f5 we may not have analyzed here, but in general knight b3 was not the best idea for black. So definitely this is good for white right now. With, if you go knight f5, let's say bishop takes f5, queen takes f5, and you are having threats already, queen g5 with the mating idea and winning a piece here. So maybe black will try to challenge this. and have to do some very passive defense there. This is the position you will land up into. Uh, and as black, if you want to go in this, yes, highly possible, because white needs to still play accurately. He will, the threat is f6 for you. So you may want to bring your bishop back, and you may try certain things. It's playable, it's not immediately lost, definitely playable, but because your a5 is hanging, like you may need to put another move, rook b5 here. Yeah, I think it should be playable. The engine really loves for white, but it is playable for black. So it is more like a long-term advantage, a static advantage. Bishop versus knight, rook pawn there. B3 could become weak. I mean, basic weakness is the a pawn, which is a backward pawn, which can be attacked. I think that will be the main problem for black, the a pawn, and the knight being passive for the moment. So I think I've answered your question. Let's go back to the main game. Let's go back to the main game. Rook b2 has been played, and we are going to reach knight f8, rook f8 position. And this position, I think Nepo has to really give a thought about how he should continue. I think this would be a critical position for Nepo, and he will use more time here. Or if Ding thinks for a long time, then Nepo will use all the time and be planned about what to do. So what is the time situation, by the way, after rook b2? I can't see. 56 minutes Ding had, and Nepo had 1 hour. And after rook b2, they are thinking. By the way, we have another stream. We have another stream going on where Arjun is playing. It is Satty, Zhuldyz, Rapid. So that will also be a very interesting one. Do have a look at that as well. In the meantime, all of you, all the 200 people who are here right now, who are very seriously watching and following chess, this World Chess Championship for sure. How are you preparing at home, and do you plan to play any tournaments? Classical chess. Anybody is going to play any classical tournament? Oh, yes, I'm going to play. That is cool. Which one? Which is the classic? Night of it has happened, by the way. How much time did Nepo think? He went to 49 minutes, and it's Ding to move. I'm just hoping that Ding does not take a lot of time here. He should play fast, because Rook f8 would be the most natural. Yes, he played fast. So both of them have equal time. 22 moves are over, which means 18 moves are left. Harshit says I'm 1500 and I'm going tomorrow. Mamta says I'm Vedika Pal. Okay. Vidit's sister name is Vedika. Do you know that? I am playing academic classical below 1600. Okay, guys, we have reached a critical position. Now, Nepo has to look at his pieces. This rook on a1 tied down for a2. This rook on e1 solidly defending e4 all the while, and at right times may have futuristic plans of going to g3. This queen on f3, amazing queen, want to really go somewhere here. but cannot until this knight on f6 exists. This knight on g3 also wants to attack the g7. So knight h5 and knight f5, it is also waiting, to pounce on one of those squares. This bishop and h6 right now, have to remember it is under attack by a pawn, but the knight on f6 will be hanging. So these are the pieces of white currently, and they really would have loved if something immediate would have happened. Unfortunately, nothing immediate is happening. But what would you think? Like black's threats. If you look at black, the rook on b2 is there saying that I can consider rook a2, as we are already aware of. Knight on c5 is the piece which is kind of giving a lot of threats to black or to white, like knight b3. Now one thing let's not forget, after rook f8 there is no rook d3 or knight d3, and e4 is very solidly defended, so that is also not possible. By the way, Nepo played bishop g5, and in this position the two moves which computer would have suggested was, one is bishop c4, get the bishop away and stop all the threats of rook a2. Now revive the attack with the ideas of knight f5, knight h5, or even bishop g5 in the future. The other move which was very interesting for Nepo, was queen e3, guys. It attacks the c5 knight, and after gh6, queen c5 would be something very cool to think of, but may not be the best, but just as an idea, that was a possibility. Because after gh6, if you go queen h6, then as we know, rook a2 is going to happen and the knight saves itself, where for knight h5 with the idea of mate, you always have f6 defending the 7th rank. The queen on c7, do not forget, in the landscape of defense, this is an idea to remember. But what Nepo played was bishop g5, and yes, most natural move, bishop g5. The most natural. We have been looking at this move at every single point, and it has a clear-cut strong threat. So black really needs to find an important move. If Ding does not find an important move here, he is going to be having a bad position. He's going to land up in super trouble. So Ding has continued making the best moves since last few moves. At this point, do you think he will find a move knight h7? Guys, do you think Ding will find a move knight h7? Shankladeep says, I am playing Vrindavan Classic Chess Open Under 17 Nationals in May too. Okay. Great. Nationals are upcoming. Cool to know. Harshit is also going for tournament. I think Shankadeep and Harshit are going to meet. That's cool. A lot of you will be meeting in the tournaments, right? That is so nice and so exciting. Me in class 12th. So knight h7. Will Ding find this move? Knight h7. One reason why this move is not so tough is that it is the move which attacks the bishop. So it is a threat. That is the reason the move is definitely a candidate move. It's not like a move already which is impossible to consider. Right? If we look at, let's try to focus the next 2-3 moves on understanding candidate moves. Many of you who are stuck at 1500, 1600, sometimes what you miss is considering the candidate moves. What is a common error is you see one move and you just start calculating it. And look at Ding. He did not even need to think much. He played knight h7 in 3 to 4 minutes, and Nepo also very quickly went bishop c1. It was all a part of the plan. All the part of the plan. But that means Ding has been playing so accurately until now, but he played rook b5, which was so quickly. I cannot even imagine. In 10 seconds, he made this move rook b5. So quickly. Why? His rook was attacked. It was clear that no rook b1, no rook b3, no rook b4. He doesn't want to keep the rook on b6 or b7. Makes sense, yeah? But what else? There was rook c2, which was definitely worthy of consideration. Firstly, because the rook stays on 7th rank. Secondly, it keeps pressure on c3. Thirdly, it keeps pressure on a2 also. What really is scary about the move rook c2 is that if this rook is attacked, it will be trapped. There is no square for the rook if it is attacked. But the question is if. And let's say queen goes back to d1, attacking the rook. Right now you have left the control of this pawn. So rook takes c3. So currently you still can't trap the rook. Maybe you can, but in return you will again have to give the pawn and bishop b2, and the exchange sacrifice will happen, yeah, with this time maybe for the knight. Maybe this is something Ding did not like, having the two bishops on the board. So he went back rook b5 here, and Nepo goes bishop a3. Bishop a3 is a powerful move. What you can realize is this bishop, which went to h6, captured it, then went to g5, forced the knight on h7, then went to c1, forced the rook to go back, and now went to a3, attacked this knight. I mean, it has been such a multitasker. It is like that CEO वो मीटिंग के लिए सुबह की flight, business class, in the flight he's doing some work, then he reaches, then he does a meeting, then he reaches, he does another meeting. मतलब this bishop is like that kind of a CEO, right? Oof. Okay. If rook c2, then bishop e1. Yes. A very, very important point has been raised, by the way, for rook c2. Because if bishop b1, okay, we are very clear that this rook was meant to sacrifice itself. It was never meant to, be what it is. It was living its life for others. So rook c1, and if we would have reached this position, let me ask a move to all of you. Black to play. And how he would have won the material back. Yes, Telegram, Jyotiraditya, Sameer, Harshit, Mamta, Swapnil, Ayush, Mahesh, absolutely correct. Knight b3, there is a fork happening there and you win the material back. Okay, so this is how bishop b1 was not the best idea there. So rook c2 was a very nice move, but Ding went rook b5, and now after bishop a3, he goes rook e8. The one thing he's trying to do, based on his past, yeah, it's all the experiences which, in scientific terms, I will say that they form the neural pathways. So let's say for Ding, the pathway is like, I came under time pressure and I lost on time, and that makes him tell himself, like, one thing is something which I want to take care is not to let that happen again. And he is being very careful about his time. So he goes rook e8, moves the rook away from this pin. And now Nepo is thinking very clearly, bishop c4 looks like a threat for this rook. What's happening there after bishop c4? Because you cannot move the rook, you will lose the piece. Which means you anyway have to give an exchange sacrifice. Bishop b5, cb5 is anyway going to happen. So the whole time, the question when bishop went to c1, at that point of time, was about, for Ding, he had to give an exchange sacrifice. How? In which best possible way was always the question. Not that you can actually save your rook. You were supposed to lose your rook. Even if you would have, you were supposed to lose your rook for an exchange. Even if you would have gone rook b8, after bishop a3, the knight was attacked and it didn't even have a defense. So you would have anyway given exchange sacrifice in this way. If not this rook, then it would be this rook over here. Hence, important was to find the best way to give up your rook. Why not rook c to bishop a3? Great question again, Harshit has asked. In this scenario, which again we have to go back and check why it doesn't work otherwise. But at this point of time, what should black play? Let me ask all of you. Boomerang question, yeah? Harshit's question, why not bishop a3 here? And the same move, why would it not work, or why would it not be the best when the rook was on b5 is also the next question I have to ask all of you. Yes, knight b3 attacks the rook, and what you can see is the rook cannot move because the a2 bishop will be hanging. Right? You cannot move the rook, which means you have to take the knight. And after you take a b3, bishop b3, a b3, wait, is it hanging? So knight b3, that same issue of leeches, yeah, like yesterday which we were facing. What happened? Oh my god, we lost all our analysis, guys. But anyway, yeah, we were here. The question by everyone was, if rook c2, bishop, why not bishop a3? And what we were looking at for knight b3, attacking the rook, not being able to move. So bishop takes b3, a takes b3, and after bishop takes f8, knight takes f8, we would have reached this position with the rook on c2, right? Instead of b5 or somewhere else on the b file, it would have been much more active on c2. And you cannot easily attack it. Even if you attack it, you have a b3 pawn which defends it. Now, going back to the same question, that after bishop a3, why not knight b3? This is the question. And if bishop f8, here, knight takes a1, here. Oh my god, this was not so easy. This is all too complicated, guys. These tactics were not easy for them to calculate. Firstly, you can simply take the pawn here because you're anyway losing the bishop, but instead you're at least winning that pawn, and this position we would have landed. The only difference would be majorly about assessment, because white would be having this beautiful light square bishop here, the knight which is now going to go to h5, and there is no g7 pawn to protect, and the queen is also going to come queen g3 check. Yeah, so that would have created a big trouble for black, something like this, if you allow the dark square bishop to stay. So taking on a1 would not be possible. And after knight f8, you can move the rook, because there is no rook on c2 attacking the a2 bishop. This is how white would have been able to retain his bishop here. And this position is better for white with this exchange up, the compensation. Let's go back and see what has happened in the game. Rook e8 has happened, and both of them are on 41 minutes. Both of them exactly the same time. Knight a1 bishop d6 would also have worked, Harshit. That was also a good move. Only thing is bishop g7 was more natural. So if here what Harshit was asking after bishop f8, knight a1, bishop d6, a move very hard to see, but the whole point is queen d6, then there is a mate. That's why it was a very cool move. Bishop d6, I wouldn't say it was very easy, but yeah, bishop d6, and you also save your bishop in this manner. Let's go back. So a lot of tactics were happening, and in fact, rook b5 is pretty dangerous in that sense. Black had to be accurate, so rook e8. He simply moved the rook from here, which looks more practical rather than getting into all that sort of exchange sacrifice. And now white has you know white has two three possible moves. One is to go bishop c4, getting the exchange, winning an exchange because you cannot move the rook. That's one. White can say, okay, if I don't want to win the exchange, he goes rook d1. And just if you look at the position, it's better for white because of his piece activity. It's only his active pieces, which black doesn't have as much active pieces. This c8 bishop is definitely not doing anything. The knight on h7 also needs to be more active. The rook on b5 is also defending, not active anymore. The knight on c5 was the only active piece, but only one piece, yeah. So in general, if you compare the piece activity, then white is better, and Nepo is thinking over here. Yes, bishop c4 wins an exchange, though though it's not like dead winning or anything, because there will be still work to do after bishop c4. c4 or bishop c4 better? Oh, c4. c4 may not be the best idea because firstly, you are blocking your own bishop, and I thought that the bishop was very active, very important piece. So that too, the knight on c5 does not intend to move at all now. And it's not the exchange sacrifice per se that black is worried about. He's ready to give it in the best possible manner. And here it is definitely like, imagine this kind of a scenario. Oh, the bar already hates it because, oh, this pawn and the bishop on a2, the knight on c5, suddenly position is flipped. So yeah, it was a good question, but c4 would not be the best idea. What's happening in Arjun's game? Arjun's game is going on. We have another live stream going on. Do check that out. And Kanha Goyal says Arjun is crushing Wakidev. So rook e8 and Nepo has come down to 37 minutes. Guys, what is your guess? When will Nepo make the move? At how many minutes he will be having? He will make the move. I think the move he will play will be bishop c4. But I don't know if you guys think anything else. Max to max bishop c4 or rook d1. But when will he make that move? 32. So another 5 minutes. Yeah, Yardi, you think? What about queen e3? Asks Raghavendra. So basically you want to attack the c5 knight. Okay, that's cool. But you have removed the pressure from f7. Got it. I think for queen e3, what would black like to do? Because bishop c4 was forcing you were losing an exchange. One thing is clear. Now black has removed the rook from f8, which means no more bishop f8, which means he can move the knight to b3, and that gives a great position for black. White cannot be slow. So similarly, if white goes rook a d1, the question is why not knight b3? Because you can go knight b3. The reason this can really be good for white is the bishop jumps in to attack the queen on c7. That is the reason. And if the queen moves somewhere, then jumps in, let's say the knight was on h7, so we have the queen's beauty square. Queen goes to h5 and e5 is attacked. f7 is more under pressure. Knight f5 later incoming. Who knows, c4 c5 could be the idea, because you can't go c4 if the pawn stays on c4, but if you get it to c5, why not? One more question I might ask people, why not queen h5 right now? But the same thing, knight goes to b3, so doesn't become as powerful. 30, 35. h4 would be too slow. You want to play knight b3. $35. That means, alright guys, Nepo has already come down to 34. So all those who guessed 35, I think it didn't work. Let's see if he will think till 32. But why would he be thinking so much? Maybe. Let's try to see one time. Because this is the most forcing variation. Bishop c4. Attacking the rook. Rook moves, then you lose a piece. So let's say this is the variation for bishop c4. What should Ding play for bishop c4? Rook is attacked, you cannot move the rook. What would be the next best thing? Next best thing could be to activate your bishop, which has not been activated at all. Yeah. Other next best thing could be to, play knight f6 and stop this queen h5 forever. So, let's say you go a move like bishop e6, challenging the bishop here. And tell him now you may want to take the bishop, take the rook. And look at this position. How do you sense it? Like, do you think the material is really a problem? Or do you think these pawns over here, they look beautiful? If only you get b4, a successful b4, then they both together are going to be a disaster. Isn't that feeling here? So this is a great position with a lot of compensation for Ding, and surely it's not so clear. Not at all. You might consider another threat as candidate moves. We start with checks, captures and threats. Here, very simply, we know that if we think of such a capture, no, not a great idea, because we would not want to exchange that bishop for this knight here. Too soon to do that. Maybe we can think of more threats. Queen e3 could be a threat to attack this knight and ask him, where are you going to go? Because if you come to b3, eventually you should remember the rook goes to the open file with the ideas like bishop d6, and oh my god, I don't think it is easy to assess at all, guys. It is not easy to assess. Just the feeling that this knight is here, the pawn is here, though how much ever it favors white, I would say that the position is very tough, very highly complex. In fact, we don't even know what the players would be assessing it, how they would be assessing it. I'm sure that Ding is definitely not thinking he's in a worse situation. And Nepo may have thought earlier that, oh, he is getting a better position. But now it seems like he might be not so sure. He's gone bishop c4. Yes, he went bishop c4. I don't know how long he thought. What is the time? I'm not able to see it. Maybe 32 or 30. And here I think Ding should play bishop e6, challenging the bishop. That's the move. If he plays something like knight f6, then can you consider this is the time to take on c5 and take on a4, defends the c4 bishop, pawns are equal, like h and a pawn, like white has an h pawn here and black has the a pawn there, and this position looks comfortably better for white because the rook on c5, not sure if it is what it's doing there, if it is the best one. It could land up in trouble. But even if not, it's also defending the a5 and e5, but white's rook definitely is putting more pressure there, and there is a clear-cut idea of increasing the pressure on a5 rook. So this seems quite comfortable for white in terms of advantage and also safe. So this I think Nepo will think of if knight f6 is played. That's why bishop e6 is quite forcing and challenging. Let's say Nepo goes and defends this, yeah? Because if you take here, c5 knight is attacked. And if you go knight b3 here, again, the toughest part to assess is the knight on b3 looks beautiful. So I think the toughest part in general in this game is to feel that even if there is a pawn on a4, there is this knight on b3, your pieces here are definitely way stronger and they are going to create some threats in there. Rook can come to d6, bishop can come to d6, c6 is going to be weak, knight is going to jump to f5, e5 is going to be weak. These are the checks in the future. So the assessment of the pieces is not easy. Ramya, we have a game going on. We have Arjun's game going on. Oh, by the way, Ding has played bishop e6. Great move by Ding. Really good move. And if Nepo takes, then this is a material imbalance which we will land into. If he doesn't take, then in fact, a better move is queen e2, but not at all easy to play queen e2. So I think we will reach this position. And Ding has made his move in 30. He has more time than Nepo. Nepo has 31 minutes. So yeah, actually at 32 Nepo would have played. So many of you had guessed how long Nepo will think. That's like going into his mind, yeah? What's your guess now? How long is Nepo going to think here? Guys, 1 second, yeah? I'll be back. Oops, sorry, what happened? I don't know. 1 second. I think we lost all the analysis. Arjun won. I also don't know what happened. I hope everything is back. Bishop e6, and this is a position which we were checking out right now, where bishop b5 and queen e2 are the two moves. What is your guess, guys? What is Nepo going to do? How many moves remaining for 40 moves? This is 26th move. Himanshu says, please ask Harshit for one game commentary in coming games. Definitely. Oh my god, Nepo has taken on e6. I think we never considered this move. What we were thinking were only two moves. Bishop b5 and queen e2. Is this going to be something simpler? Is he going for something safer or an advantage which is, simpler? Wow, bishop b6. That's very interesting. He has just denied taking the exchange. And now if you play knight e6, let's say, what is his plan? His plan might be to get rid of the light square bishop so that he can jump with the knight to f5. Is that his idea? Going knight to f5. But but this looks right now very well defended, because now there is no pressure on f7. Now there is no pressure on g7. This knight is defending. Also, you still don't have, like, the bishop on a2 just seems stronger. So what is it that Nepo has thought of to get into this position? Because at this point, after knight f5 for black, if he, let's say, if he plays a move like, just to understand that, trying to kick the knight away, you are weakening so many squares, and just doesn't feel right. Even if you go something like this, the knight stays on g4 and e5 looks like a forever problem. Then again, this bishop, the way it came back and back, and here it could again come back to c1, again change the whole route, again transform his life. h4 h5 is always something which could be possible. So g6, a bad idea for sure. We're not even going to think of that. But knight went to e6 last move. So knight jumping to f4 does seem like a consideration. Again, let's not forget, this time the queen can go to g4. So you would not want to remove the knight which is nicely placed on e6 currently, defending this. What you would instead rather consider is trying to block this bishop with g5, with c5. But as we have seen again and again, this bishop is a flexible man. He is ready to change. Come what may. He is ready. He is like, यहाँ पे मैं आया, okay, my job was done, I was okay to go back. Now is the time for me to again go back. And he's just ready to keep shifting. I mean, this bishop is completely inspiring. This is how we need to be in our lives. If the situation changes, if the life situation changes, we must be ready to change. That's what this bishop has shown. And how, what to say, bishop c1 also attacks the a4 pawn. So maybe this is the position where Nepo felt that I have nothing to lose, I have to not take care of the tactics which are happening, and he will go to c1. So we are at this position. Bishop e6 has been played. Okay. And Ding is thinking, because yeah, rook e6 definitely looks natural to go rook f6, but may not be the best idea, as we have seen after takes, rook a4, and in general, this position looks favorable for white. Why? Why does it look favorable for white in spite of having such a outside passer pawn, which is a rook pawn, which we know is really good against the knight? Why? I am myself really thinking about it, because if you would not show me the engine, I would really love black's position. c3 is under attack. This rook is actually in front of its own pawn, which gives a very free kind of a feeling. This rook is ready to jump in. The only thing is I need to get my knight in the game as soon as possible. So why would this position be so better for white? Any idea, guys? What would be white's plan here? What would be white's plan here? Please drop plans for white, and I will be joining you in a minute.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Right now, knight takes e6 has happened in the position and knight has come to f5, g6. Has that been played? No, he played the move c5, it seems. And then queen e2, rook b3, queen c4. The queen has moved into c4. Queen c4. Okay. Now there's some pressure here. The knight is well placed. a4 is hanging. For the time being, Ding Liren has fought back in this game, it seems. Queen to c4. What could be his idea here? What is he thinking about? Maybe he wants to pick up the pawn on a4. Can we defend it? Maybe queen d7 is a way to defend it, or queen c6. Let's think about it. If queen to c6 defending this, then maybe white has to. Not so sure how white would continue after it. Perhaps queen to d5 can be an option, so that if you take, I take back, I hit your knight, and also the pawn on c5. Uh, for now, if you count the pawns, 6 pawns for black, 5 pawns for white. This is the situation on the board. Queen c4, and it is 28 minutes for Nepo, 30 minutes for Ding Liren. Going back here and trying to figure out what is it. Actually, it was a very exciting game, right? Here, a bishop h6, knight c5, knight g6, rook takes b2, knight f8, rook f8, bishop g5. Perhaps this was the move that threw away some of the advantage. White could have played bishop c4 or queen e3. I'm sure Amruta analyzed these options. And now bishop c1. Perhaps going back bishop c1 directly also had its own virtues to put the bishop back on a3. So bishop g5, knight at 7, bishop c1, bishop a3, rook e8, bishop c4, and now this very nice move, bishop e6. I don't know if Nepo missed it, or maybe he didn't like the fact that after take, this is a great structure for black. So he took on e6, knight e6, and knight f5, c5, queen e2, rook b3, and now queen c4. We are looking at this position, and that's how things are. We also have another game that is going on right now. That is of Arjun Erigaisi, and Arjun managed to beat. Let's just see if we can get that game here. Arjun managed to beat Vakidov Jakongir with some beautiful play, it seems. You can see here we can get that game as well. But look at how Arjun attacks. Beautiful. He just crushed his opponent. King side. Takes. Oh! Wow, what a game. Takes, f6. When it comes to attacking chess, well, Arjun is a monster. Here, I mean, if bishop h5, at the very least, you have this and you win a piece. What a game by Arjun. Okay, going back. Queen c6, the move we thought has happened. Queen c6 defends the pawn. Also, the queen is well positioned. Maybe queen d5 is one option. I don't know what he will do now. But I don't think that black can fight for a big advantage or anything. Bishop c1. Yeah, this is the move that seems very logical. You want to put your bishop here. You will also intend to take on a4, rook c3, queen c3, queen a4. h4, h5 is an idea. How do we save this pawn is the question. Is there any way we can try? What's the most human way of trying to save that pawn? You know, one idea is to play this. But why is this a bad move? It's a terrible move. Ujjan says, Sese says 0.00. Of course, the position is equal because white's better structure and everything is compensated by an extra pawn that black has. Yeah, exactly. Kunal, Pumpkinata, Ubaid Alimir, Shubh Gupta, just knight e7. Don't forget this fork. The queen is lost. So that is impossible to play. He goes knight f6. Ding playing pretty quickly, trying to put pressure on the e4 point. And now a variation could go, a simplifying variation if Nepo wants to equalize. Take, 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 take here. And maybe just bishop b2. And wherever the rook goes, take the pawn on e5. So let's say rook b3, bishop e5. And that's how things would equalize. Piali says, how many matches Nepo has won? Nepo has won until now 4 games, and Ding has won 3 games. So knight to f6 played, and now Ding is thinking, Nepo is thinking what to do. Should he go queen takes a4? Should he defend this with bishop e3? But then e4 pawn would be under pressure. I think you can just play f3. That could be one idea. But then knight d7, and somehow it so happens that after take, 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 the rook will go to a8, and yeah, that doesn't seem so good. So knight f6. Nice move. Actually, I think it's good time for Nepo to sort of get a quick exchange. I was wondering if knight e4 can happen, because if you take, there is rook c1. Rook c2, rook e4, rook takes b2, rook e5. This is actually petering out into a draw. Yeah, he's taken on a4. This might be a draw. Nepo has won 2 games until now. Okay, 3 games. He's won 3 games, 3 draws. Ding has won 2 games and 3 draws. Got it. Can you suggest books for English opening? Ubed, I think there was a very good book by Mihail Marin, a good series of books. And then there was a very good book by Anatoly Karpov on the English. So these are some of the books worth looking at. What is the score of Ding Nepo? Yes, it will now be 5-4 today, I feel. Arjun, whom is Arjun going to play next round? Let's see. Round 6. It's not up, but he won his round 5. Arjun is the sole leader of the Satty Zhuldyz tournament. Now 5 rounds have been completed there. So Arjun will play Bibisara in round 6. He's going to play the host of the event. So that will be interesting to see. Okay, take has happened. Now the question is, how is Ding going to continue the game? Om Shri Prasad says, once Anand described Aronian as he plays d4 like an e4 player. Do you think the same applies to Arjun too? It's a very good question actually. I think Arjun plays d4 as the people who play 1 e4 gambit lines, He's always looking for sharp positions. He's looking for like these London, Trompowsky, Jobawa London and all of that. And I thought he might stop doing that because people would have figured out how to play. That's what I got the feeling after World Rapid and Blitz. But, well, there's no stopping the boy. He's playing it. Okay, here's a question to all of you. How does White play here? Let's see how many of you are there. How does White get an advantage here? Yes, Poonam K, Vivan Khare, Piali Ghosh, Bad Karma, Om Shri Prasad, Ubaid Ali Mir, Pradeep Bhutada, Tamal Ghosh, Nitesh, Vivan Naike. Very good. Knight d6. And that's a big fork here. And always remember that a fork of two pieces have to be on the same color complex. You will see that this rook is on a light square. This rook is also on a light square. So you move your knight on a dark square to fork the two rooks. That's how it is. So rook a4, and now we are waiting for I think what Ding most likely might do, he might not take here, because if he takes, then bishop b2 is very strong. You can continue.
What did he play?
By the way, here we also have Arjun's game in case you would like to continue, and here also there is round 6. He's going to play against Pipisara.
Oh,
Yeah. Also, this game will very soon end in a draw because there's
this is
nothing.
ending in a draw.
Yeah, there's nothing much left, I think.
He played. But then it was good because if it is ending in a draw, because I think Ding was full time under pressure.
Yeah. No, for Ding, it's good.
Yeah, with black pieces.
Because after he took on c3, bishop b2, rook b3.
I left it bishop
takes.
e6, okay. But this happened, yeah.
Yeah. So it will be a draw. You can take on now.
Knight d6. Knight d6 would be a blunder because though it is a fork, you are losing your rook there, so it would be a blunder. So not knight d6, but yeah, you can just simply maybe take. Maybe rook a4, attack the knight with the idea of knight d6 could be a possibility. Yeah, but then it suddenly changed. And yeah, it has happened. Rook e4, knight e4, 37th move. This time both are having 22 minutes. So basically they did not come under time pressure. And 3 moves are only left. So will Nepo try with this bishop and knight? No, I don't think so, because for him it is draw is a very fine result. So don't think so. Knight d6. Now you want to go knight d6. Knight d6, bishop d6. You want to play bishop versus attack this thing here. But maybe c4. And then rook c8 or rook b8. It's equal. Nothing much, yeah, in this. Nothing much. For sure. By the way, Arjun's game, he said, will also start, right? So that would, if Ding draws this, then it was like a lot of pressure actually he had to sustain in this game. And even Nepo had a lot of places where, certain chances. So in a way, it would be a good result for Ding. It was a very complex game, and I think at a point from around move 15th to move 25th, there were a lot of critical moves which needed to be made accurately, and Ding played really well there. Only thing is, maybe in opening one or two places he could have tried to get his knight earlier to c5. I think that was the important thing. But even if when he missed that, he really tried to defend well. So a draw would be a fair result for both of them. And then next game he is going to be white. So yeah, that will change quite a lot. So 90s, rook a4. Is our other stream going on, by the way? Yeah. Yeah, the other stream is going on. I'm just keeping a watch on the games here. There is Arjun's game. Yeah, Arjun. He's black with Asubaeva. Okay. Let's wait if any moves are happening here, and until the time, maybe we have some time now to actually chat about other stuff. By the way, what was the score? What was the poll result? What was the poll result today? And are we at the right? Oops. Poll result was Nepo wins 41%, which was practical. Draw very few people had predicted today. But it is ending in a draw. 5-4 will be the result. Yeah, after this will be the score. After this draw, the score will be 5 in Nepo's favor. It was it was a very complex game in the middle game, but right now it has completely simplified and nothing much there. But let's see, let's wait till 40 moves whether they are going to finish the game. This is probably the most calm game in the match so far, says Himank. I agree with you completely, Himank. Yes. Okay, why is Ding thinking so much? What is he thinking? Is he thinking 92? Okay, maybe Ding is thinking very differently than what we are thinking. Maybe Ding is thinking that he has an outside passer and that is his thing to try there. Is he thinking that? Can he think that? I mean, of course, it is In a normal game, the assessment would be known, but here you sometimes are thinking that is there still any slight possibility to try for a win that way? Could it be? Could it be like that? What about the passed pawn? Yes, exactly. Could it be like that? So suppose you go knight d2 with the idea of, no, you can't, because anyway bishop c3 is kicking this knight away. In fact, not just that, this rook could also come to I mean, just, not to forget to be a little careful. Maybe that's what he's thinking. So after rook a4 with rook g4 ideas, so he's thinking where to keep the knight. By the way, how would this idea be? To go knight d4, yes, surely you are, giving up a pawn. No doubt, you have to take with the bishop. This would be a blunder because of rook e5 and bishop d4, and you have given a pawn. You would never want to play such a position which is a torture. You're a pawn down and there is bishop versus knight. How much ever it is a draw, but you would not want to end with that. So rook a4, he is thinking what else does feel safe. So knight d2, okay, let's try to see this move. Because for knight d2, if rook g4, oh my god, there's a very cool move here, black to play. I mean, of course, there are many moves possible, but just that the move is cool. Can you guess what the move is? Just to see if you are considering as a candidate move, I'm asking you this question. What is that cool move? With black to play, what is the cool move in this position which Ding can consider? F6 is not cool. No one is guessing yet. No, not g6. King h7 is also not, doesn't seem so great. Knight b5. No, knight b5 is, I mean, knight b3, do you mean? No. No. G6, a lot of you are saying, yes, it is definitely possible, but giving the slight, that feel, that edge to white with such a beautiful bishop there. So, of course, you don't need to move the knight. There is a pin there. You might move it away because of whatever disco attack threats. But g6 is possible. Of course, it's not a bad move. It's definitely a very natural move. The cool move, guys, which nobody has found, is knight f4. Isn't it a cool move? Why I'm calling it a cool move is, firstly, it is hanging. Secondly, this is hanging. So why is it a cool move? If you go rook f4, the simplest thing is rook takes e5. Okay? Just equal or equalized. That's number one. If you play bishop f4, that's the important part, because there was a discovered attack and the same piece is capturing it. Give a check. King goes to h2. And can you find a perpetual here? Only way. Can you find a cool perpetual? And that makes this a cool move, guys. In summer, this is what makes it a cool move. Yes, Aradhya, Piyali, Rage, Messi, Chess with Akashdeep, Tamal, Paras, Arijit, Swapnil, Anand, Learn with Rishikesh. Absolutely yes. Knight f1 check, and you cannot escape because this guy here controls the square. Wherever you go, king h1, king wherever, there is check, king moves, check, and it's perpetual. So that's why it's a cool move, because it ends the game in a draw. So knight f4 ko, if rook f4, it's a draw. If bishop f4, it's a draw. If you go rook g7 check, suppose Guys, very important question. All of you be alert. Last few moments, maybe we can say, because this game is ending towards a draw. What should black play here? There are only two moves possible, king f8 and king h8. What should black play? One move is a big mistake and one move only works. What should black play? One move is a big blunder. Can you spot that? Wow, it's like a competition going on between king f8 and king h8, yeah? Funny, look at this. Quite a competition here. King f8 and king h8. Nice, I like it, guys. So it means it's a really important question which we have landed into. Can we see? What's happening? Slip of tongue. Okay, can we see? Firstly, you go king h8 just doesn't look great because of being into the disco, right? But what we know, the piece which is giving a disco is under attack. Now, how come king h8 is working? Like, what is the problem for king f8? If all of you were super alert, you would have seen king f8 as a process of elimination. You would have removed, because there was simple move, bishop d6 check. It's a mate and you will have to give a rook. So this reason king f8 is a blunder. But the question is, how come king h8 is even working when it is under such a discovered attack? That's the main question, that this bishop is attacked. That's why it is working. You don't have any double check, which is a mate. Like if there was a knight, this knight is on g5, rook at, but still it's not a mate. So there is no double check there. And if you want to think of any discovered attack, you can only attack a piece, which is the knight. But in doing so, you are also losing your own piece, which was giving a discovered attack, and you end up in an equal position, right? Over here. Or a draw. Let's say a draw. Perpetual again. So king h8 was a good move. But I think you guys have missed it. Who was right? Renu through the wormhole, Aradhya, chess with Akashdeep, learn with Rishikesh Tamal, Kalyani, Neil, Shubh, Anand. Well done, guys. King h8 is the right move and king f8 was a blunder. But I think what you all missed was just the feeling king h8 पे कैसे आ सकता है and reject ठाक करके. That didn't work. Well, some moves have happened. Let's go back to the game. Knight d4 was played. He did not play. One second. What happened? Yeah, he played knight d4 here. Bishop d4. Oh, he gave that pawn. But what Nepo captured it with was the bishop. Interesting. Bishop takes, rook takes, g6, knight e3, king g7. This is the position they have reached in the game. And it's the 41st move. So both the people have got 1 hour. And if you now look at the time, it's like 1 hour 19 minutes for Nepo, 1 hour 12 minutes for Ding. And they are going to I think either they will accept a draw after a few moves, because it would be a lot of energy for this game to, end up in something like it's a draw with the knights. It's just going to be a draw. Ding is definitely going to hold this, so there is no doubt. But if there is anything which is on a psychological level where Nepo tries to push the game, we don't know. Yeah, but okay, but I was really wondering why bishop. By the way, we missed something. For knight d4, there is rook e5. This is what we missed. And if we have missed this part, then this also works, because with the knights, even if one pawn down, it's just, this is too easy to draw for Ding. Doesn't matter what the computer says. Just to check, have Arjun's game started? Yes. Arjun's game has started. It was the English opening, c4 reti structure, b3, and Arjun now goes d4, takes the space here completely. Wow. E3. Oh, she already challenges this. Arjun plays c5, already holds the center very strong. Knight e5 stops the development of knight c6. This eyes on the a8 bishop. Queen goes to c7. B7 is all the more protected. Is he intending knight c6? I do not think so. But definitely he's attacking the knight on e5. F4 has been played. Defends the knight on e5. Knight goes to d7. Again challenges the knight on e5. And right now threat is takes, and queen takes c5. I'm winning a pawn. Knight goes back to d3. Quite an odd place there. C5 is also very well protected. So there is no development on queen's side for white. I don't think it can be a great position for white. Arjun goes e5. Already takes a break in the center. Great idea. A question, because clearly the threat is e4. And this central pawn storm is going to be devastating for Asubayeva. She has to do something. She goes knight e3. But as of now, e4 may have been a little early, because oh my god, this is even okay. This is under attack and you cannot defend. That was the whole point. So e4 was not really threat. He plays a6, stops knight b5 as a tempo. She plays knight c2. Arjun plays bishop d6. Now maybe you could threat, but then d4 could become weak. But e4, knight f2, d3, could they be the ideas? Anyway, Asubayeva stops e4 forever. She plays e4 and b5 has been played. The space advantage with Arjun is absolutely very obvious and beautiful, but it's a closed position and these knights are already maneuvering. F5, she closes the king side forever. That means g4, g5, an attack is going to happen soon. Knight b6, c4 is hanging, knight a3. Oh, this knight had to go to this edge to defend c4, but it is also attacking b5. B takes c4, b takes c4, queen c6. Arjun plays queen c6, but was it necessary to move the queen right now? Or were there any other possibilities like developing the bishop, going rook b8 on the open file? He goes queen c6. What could his idea be? Because knight e4 doesn't seem like an idea in the pin. And Asubayeva is thinking here. In the meantime, just to have a quick look at rook b4. Yeah, rook b4 has been played and there is no move which has been made by Ding. So queen c6, and this is the position we are at. What do you think of this game, guys? Knight f2 has been played. Maybe she is intending d3 so that she can develop the bishop as well. Also the knight g4, it's going to play g5 and then jump to g4. Also it protects e4 for now, otherwise also. Oh, by the way, queen c6, Arjun's idea could be to go knight a4. That is an interesting idea. So that it also stops the development, though bishop on b2 is going to do nothing. But after knight a4, you can go rook b2. You can go rook b4. These are interesting ideas. Oops, that's not a move. Knight f2 has been played. Arjun has been thinking, but look at Arjun's time. He's down to 8 minutes. Whereas Bibisara is having 14 minutes. That's huge. That's huge. Knight f2, what has he played? He's thinking, yeah, for knight f2. He's come down to 7 minutes. I think knight a4 is a very probable move. Rook b8 is another move he can think of. Is he considering anything like h5, stopping g4? But that cannot be good. That will be weakening. So I doubt. Queen exchange. Oh, you mean queen a4? Mm-hmm. Interesting, but white is not going to exchange the queen because white has a clear idea of attacking. So knight f2. Arjun is thinking, oh my god, he's going too low on time. I mean, it's almost double the time less. Okay, he played rook b8. Yeah, rook b8. And then Asubayeva starts with g4. A question. Do you insert a move h6 and force her to play h4? A question. Also for h6, yeah, Arjun plays this because there is one more idea. This defensive idea you can remember because many times with e4, this pawn structure in Sicilian also after h6, if h4, then you can actually go knight h7. And then you can also go f6. So this is a defensive idea which you can keep that. Mayur says double the time less or half the time. Half the time. Yes, yes, yes. Mayur. I did think that I was saying something wrong. Thanks for correcting me. So h6. So she has to decide now whether she wants to go h4 or not. But h4, knight h7 stops this. Also, this is, I mean, if you look at the space, even white's king side right now is not at all in danger because the center is closed. But this dark square bishop can also go to e7, attack h4, stop g5. So g5 can be stopped in number of ways. But she has played h4. Will Arjun go knight h7? Will Arjun go knight h7? When you check our moves on the board, we got a feeling of teacher checking our answer sheet. Okay, yeah, that's cool. You guys are not seeing the engine. I'm assuming. So you guys are not. Most of you are not checking. I know that. So don't see. And whatever moves you're suggesting, it's great that we can check it out here. World Championship, please, says Ujan. But Ujan, there is a move rook b4 and one move has happened. Oh my god, let's just have a look at it for a moment right now because he has played knight g3. Ding has played knight g3. If you play fg3, then rook e3, and this is a drawn rook endgame, like a drawn, completely drawn like a wall, and that's why you're not going to play fg3. But I don't think black intends knight f5. He can again simply go knight. No, knight e2 also not because he doesn't have the square. Maybe he can just go back knight e4 if required, yeah? If the knight moves. But if white, guys, if white moves the knight to g4, then as we know there is a draw. Perpetual. Rook e1 check, king h2, knight f1, king g1, knight f. So that is in a way a draw offer by Ding to Nepo. If Nepo moves the knight, then it will land in perpetual, and I think this kind of a draw can happen. Very likely a perpetual. What do you think, guys? Rook g4 asks through the wormhole. Rook g4, yes, very highly possible. Knight e2 check. Wherever, king f1, king h2, somewhere it's possible. I just you just keep moving around, and that's why if anybody can try, it's still Nepo because he is one pawn. So this is an important position to see whether Nepo wants to try. Then we will know it's going to be a long game maybe, or Nepo wants to accept a draw offer, unofficial draw offer. I mean, yeah. Let's go back to Arjun's game. H4, knight h7 has happened. Arjun has played knight h7, stopped g5, and Asubayeva seriously needs to have a good plan here. She cannot play g5, but let's see how she can, try to aim at that. Can she go knight h3, but then bishop goes to e7, attacks the h4 pawn, stops g5, also stops f6. So there has to be queen e1 defending the h4. Can you put more attack on h4, guys, in the chat? Queen f6 puts more attack on h4. That's a cool move there. So knight h7 is a great idea. The h4 pawn is actually becoming weak. It's becoming a target. Yeah, quite a target there. In fact, if queen f3 is played by Asubayeva, now bishop e7, and now you try to go queen g3 or where? Queen h3. But no progress with g5. That's the whole point. You have got all the pawns beautifully placed to be ready to push. But they are stuck. If white gets stuck, then the advantage is with black because he has a great central space. And he then starts improving his own pieces there. And look at this knight on a3. I mean, literally, yeah, doing nothing. So it all depends on the next few moves. If white can convert the attack, it's going to be amazing. Yeah, it's going to be really very powerful. But if white cannot create an attack, then she is going to be in big trouble. So it all depends on right now. Can these pawns be pushed forward? Can white get more pieces into the attack or not? Otherwise, the space is just going to be weak. So guys, I think whenever Nepo plays, let me. Oh yeah, Nepo played knight g3 and Nepo played rook b7. Okay, so Nepo is in a mood to play. Let's say that. Otherwise, he would have moved the knight. Nepo wants to continue playing. It's going to be a long game. By the way, the first question is, does a move like knight f5 work? Because knight is very beautifully placed on f5. The only fear is, can you take and this rook endgame, is it a draw or not? I don't know if you guys are aware, but even if white is 2 pawns up, which is let's say h and f pawns, only h and f pawns I mean, and black has no pawns, yeah, so imagine no pawn on f7, f5 and g2, then that is draw in most of the cases, and these people know how to draw it. So we are talking about this pawn exchange. Yes, that has happened. Ding is confident about knight f5, gf5 and holding this rook endgame. So obviously Nepo is also confident. He did not take. He went knight g4, and right now there is no way for him to attack the f7 pawn, but he could threaten something like f4, though it looks really weak. There is nothing here, yeah. Actually, whatever it is going to be, it's more like a bluff or something. Or Ding is maybe just super confident that he's not going to lose this. But Nepo being a pawn up, it just doesn't feel like you can agree for a draw. Okay, let's go to Arjun's game. Knight at 7. She did play queen f3. And Arjun also played bishop e7. And now Bibisara played queen g3. And oh, Arjun actually played queen f6. Exactly. Look at this. Bringing his bishop and queen, putting pressure on h4. And this pawn is currently attacked. And the question is, can you save this pawn? No. White cannot defend this pawn. So is white losing a pawn? Let's say white goes h5. But oh my god, look at this. Such an ugly square over there. The dark squares are so bad because this bishop, which is inside its pawn chain on dark squares, it's a bad bishop. What is going to happen is this bishop is going to come out to g5 and be very happy to get exchanged against this bishop, which is a good bishop, which is going to be a good bishop after d3. And if white says, no, I don't want to exchange the bishop, then our bishop, this black bishop, is going to be very powerful on any of these squares. So it's very hard to reject the exchange. So that way h5 would be a strategic blunder. h5 move would be it would be a blunder. How can white still find some counterplay? So g5, which is what she played on the board, it's a good move. Asubayeva is sacrificing a pawn. Let's say h5, queen g5. No, not sacrificing. Wait. Because if you take with the queen, there is queen takes e5. So you're not losing a pawn. But can you take with the knight? That's the question. No, it's a mistake. Guys, why is knight g5 a mistake? Why is knight g5 a mistake? Should I tell? Come on, guys, very slow. You have to be quick. d3 you want to play and attack this, but no, not that. Yes, Mukul, knight g4 attacks the queen in between. If the queen moves, then your e5 pawn is under attack. But maybe now d3 also first. Wait a second, wait a second. What is the difference between first d3, which somebody had suggested, and I said it doesn't really attack here? The knight moves away. Okay, d3 is in fact a good move. Actually, d3 is also a possible move. And if you play knight g5, knight g4, now queen d6, even now d3 is possible. Because you're also, if you go something like f6 here, then there is queen h2, and then there is a lot of play on h5. So it is possible to kind of not, take the pawn back. What he played was, after hg5, Asubayeva first itself she put knight on g4. She did not take, she attacked the queen directly, and Arjun went queen d6. Oh, by the way, where is Arjun's video? Why are we not having Arjun's video? Shit. No, we're not having Arjun's video for some reason. Okay. Queen d6, and she played knight f2. She played knight f2 back, which is not a good idea. The better idea was to continue with h takes g5, and as we were looking at that variation, if knight g5 there is d3. No, if knight g5, yeah, there is d3, and all the attack after queen g2, and then there is also f6 ideas. A lot of ideas are in the air, but the good move would be to take with the bishop. Bishop takes g5. Even if you lose the e5 pawn, still after takes rook e8, your pieces are pretty active there. The knight on a3 is bad, the c4 is going to be weak, you have plans like a5, bishop a6, so that's going to be good. She went knight f2 right now. Isn't Arjun just simply winning a pawn? G takes h4. Very important question. And later the queen could come for defense, because if after queen h6, even if d3 is a disco, the queen can then go to h5. Oh, it has to take care it doesn't get trapped, but yeah. So knight f2, Arjun is thinking he has 5 minutes. By the way, Asubayeva also has come down to 5 minutes. Himang says epic encounter in round 7, Arjun versus girlfriend. Okay, cool. WCC में क्या हुआ? They are playing. Knight g4 was played. Rook e7. Ding is clear. He just wants to exchange one of the piece. And rook b5 has been played. Nothing much. He will give a check there maybe. Then attack rook e2. Possible. Oh, he cannot progress with his king, of course. I don't think he would want to move his pawns also. Yep. Oh, she did not play. There was some error, it seems, on leeches, because it showed knight f2, but now it shows hg5 has been played actually by white. If hg5 has been played, Arjun must take with the bishop, not the knight. Yes, he did take with the bishop, and queen takes c5 has happened. No, he took with the knight. But then Asubayeva actually did not play d3, which was a very important move for her to get advantage with the idea of queen h2. Yeah, she played queen takes e5, which was not the best idea. But anyway, f6, queen d6, the queens are getting exchanged. And lot of weak squares in the position. After bishop d6, you can see this d. I mean, we have to see where the pieces are reaching. That's another part. like d5, e6, g6, e3, c3. Just when you observe, you can see all those things. Plus, the pawn weaknesses. d3 is the base of this pawn chain, yeah, and it's a really big weakness. So if this knight sits on e5, right now this is a knight here. If the another knight sits on b4, both the knights they can really form a disaster. Bishop goes to a3 because c5 is the base, so he's going to be attacking from there. Anyway, where else this bishop should be? It was not easy to decide. So bishop a3. Where do you also develop the bishop? The better bishop. How about this idea? Yeah, bishop b7, bishop c6, and bishop goes to a4. Constantly, white will need to be alert to not allow bishop c2. Otherwise, d3 again becomes weak. That sounds interesting idea. Hello. Yeah, Arjun's game is very interesting. How about? But I'm. Can you?
What happened? Why is there no?
Exactly. Why?
Isn't it? I'll go on. I'll check why it's not there. We'll look at Nepo's game.
No, I'm anyway looking at Arjun.
Let's see.
Okay, we'll check why the video is not working. But yeah, rook e1 check, rook e2, that has happened in this game. King is on h2, rook on b7. No, they I think just for few moves they'll play. By the way, in Arjun's game, d3, knight f7. Yeah, we reach knight c2, knight d7, bishop a3 has been played. Same position, 5 minutes to Arjun. He is thinking. A blunder in that endgame will cost a lot, but yeah, that's not gonna happen there. Oh, Arjun did play bishop e7, so that's going to be nice, a very nice maneuver. Bishop c6, bishop a4, and bishop c6, bishop a4 is going to be very nice. Let's see what Asubayeva plays. She has 3 minutes, Arjun has 5 minutes.
Knight takes d4 is.
Oh, no, this is supported, so there is no pin as of now. But natural moves come also. Why not rook b8? Rook b1 is one of the ideas which definitely comes to the mind. The other thing is, exactly. King is a piece in the endgame, and she's already started moving the king. That does look good for sure. A check here would be a mate, but obviously the rooks are not yet doubled, so no need to worry for now. Can we continue with our plan of bishop c6, bishop a4? That looks great. Arjun has double the time. Why not just exchange the knights also? Are you talking about knight e5, which attacks the d3 also, and this way? Yeah, one knight has been exchanged. It is a possibility, not so clear whether the exchange of the knight is good for you or for your opponent. What do you say, Sagar? To retain the knight or to exchange the knight?
No, I mean if you can get to e5.
Yeah, you would want to wait because the knight on g4 is literally not doing much here. And if this knight tries to reroute yourself, then you would be happy to put your knight here. So what Arjun is still thinking, but I think bishop c6 is definitely a good move. He should continue with his plan. Let's see. He's thinking. Hey, what about bishop f4? But unfortunately, you're not threatening anything immediately. So also that your knight gets stuck for the defense of this pawn. Then
He played bishop c6.
he played bishop c6, king e2 has happened in the game. That's cool. So next move is also natural. Maybe bishop a4. By the way, this king on e2, the question could be that can it become weak because 7th rank is very open. As of now, only this bishop controls the b2. That's why it feels safe. But that means the bishop has to constantly keep an eye on this, stopping rook b2.
She played.
What did he play?
No, she played king e2. No,
King e2 is played. 3 minutes 25 seconds with Arjun. Very quickly. Any move has happened there? No, they're still thinking. Draw?
no, it will be a draw, right?
It will be a draw. So king e2. What would Arjun be thinking, guys? Rook b6. Okay, he wants to double the rooks here. That's also very cool plan actually, because it will also stop rook b1. If rook b, so right now rook b1 is important for her. Otherwise, after rook b8, rook b1 is never going to be possible that easily. So rook b1 looks like a natural move for Asubayeva to continue with. Of course, you don't want to exchange there. You would love to double. So we may be looking at something like this, where the control of the b file is with you. Oops, with black. Because if you play knight b6, though the computer suggests knight b6, I am wondering what would be the, like, how will you allow rook b1?
Knight a4.
You are okay to exchange both the rooks. That's the reason. After both the rooks are exchanged, maybe black is thinking that he will have an outside passed pawn. No.
Knight is coming to c3 and maybe.
There is this little weakness here on a2, and there are ideas with knight d6, pin here, some. Okay, so he has taken. Let's see with what is going. Arjun is going to take, with the rook or with the knight. He took with the rook. More natural, yeah. You don't feel like doing that thing, allowing the exchange. So this is more natural. But knight b6 was really a good move.
No, bishop a4. Attack the knight. Looks strong.
Yeah, looks very good. Bishop a4 looks really good here, for sure. Yes, 3 minutes 30 seconds, and actually Asabuye 1 second, let me. Bibi Sara has 1 minute. What is her name actually? Bibi Sara or Asabayeva?
Bibi Sara is her first name. Asubayeva is second.
Okay, then it's easier to call her Bibi Sara. Or maybe just Sara. We can nickname her. Okay. So knight f2, and Arjun is thinking, what else other than bishop a4 looks interesting for black guys, you think?
a5, a4 maybe.
So a5, a4 is forever going to stop bishop a4 idea, which could be okay though. I mean, suppose you go a5. I don't know what black. Okay, white is going to try and come bishop h4. If you try a4, then that is one thing where it is forever closing the whole route.
He played bishop a4, knight a1.
He played bishop a4. Yeah, that was cool. That was the most natural, which we thought he will play. Knight a1. Is she going where? She cannot go to b3. It's just like going and saving herself, but it's like that scared cat, little kitten, which is, very scared of everybody and hiding under the table, right? Does this knight look like that?
Yeah, but I mean, for now it's there, but how should black break through is the question.
Yeah, how should he break through? There is no entry. Oh, he goes knight g5. Arjun goes knight g5. This knight might kick the bishop away. Your knight right now is not going anywhere else. Oh, now maybe time to jump in knight e5, because no more the knight is on g4.
Yeah, but then knight. Yeah, maybe.
So knight g4, if knight b2, let him come knight b2. Now you go back. Yeah. 95, 95, 95. Yes. That is happening. In fact, not just go back. Oh, look at this beautiful move. Transforming your life. Bishop e8. And suddenly that was very easy to miss for white. Yeah. I mean, it was definitely, I am sure it was not considered. Natural was bishop c6. So beautiful move. That's why the knight moving to g5 also makes sense now, because bishop h5 is coming. And you could also now a5 a4 not possible still. Actually a5 is possible. Knight a5, there is rook a6 and double attack. In fact, a5 a4 is also possible, because whenever you take, even if your bishop is here, there is rook a4, rook a6, and you lose a piece. You have to be alert for some tactics though. But yeah, knight b3. Arjun is singing 1 minute 45 seconds to Arjun. What is he thinking about? He plays a5. Wow, he does play a5. Rook b1. Is a4 a bad move here? Ah, your threat is knight c5. Okay. That's the threat. Knight c5. Why did he not play here knight c5? Why did she not play knight c5 here? Oh, sorry. So this was hanging. That's why she played rook b1. Defended the knight. Now the threat is to play knight c5. So can he anyway go knight a4? So that knight takes c5. There is a pin here and you don't do anything immediately. He played a4. He did play a4. That's what his plan is. Knight takes d4. Ah, what is this move? What's happening? C takes d4. Oh. Oh, it's getting tactical for time pressure. 10 seconds for Asabayu. Yep. Takes and c5 on the board. But don't forget, there is a check in between. And that will change some course of tactics, because
Maybe rook c6, cd.
first he gave a check. That was also possible, by the way, rook c6. But where is the king going to go? It's a big question. King goes to d2. There's another check on f3. She goes king f1. But now a good move.
Yeah, bishops.
Now you can take on c5. Yes.
Bishop c5, rook b5, and knight d3. Yeah.
Yeah, rook b5 and there is a pin. Knight goes to d3. King is no more on e2. Wow. How he used both the sides so beautifully.
Also bd4, a3.
Nice. There is a pin there. Yes. Wow. Somehow the maneuvering and the whole, being alert for your pieces to jump in at the right time, to use the pins and the pawn base as weaknesses. I think Arjun played beautifully.
Amazing chess.
Beautiful.
One.
One? Over. Arjun has one. So next game, guys, is going to be Gelfand. Arjun versus Gelfand. Isn't that going to be cool?
Yeah.
In the meantime, any moves have happened in this World Championship? Rook b7, and that's the last move which has been played. And Ding has thought he's come down to 45 minutes. A video is not.
He will try and check next round, but for now it's not there.
How long does it take for the next round to begin? Himang, by chance, if you are there, do you No, do you have any idea? Yeah, today Sagar's health is not the best, guys. Arjun OP. Yeah, he played such a beautiful game, right? This one was amazing. Of course, I mean, mistakes are going to happen. Your opponent, and it's a rapid game. What do you expect, right? That to 10 seconds increment. So it's obvious that mistakes will happen, but in spite of your opponent making mistakes, how do you use it to your advantage? So many times mistakes happen and we don't use it. Okay, maybe they will start in 2 minutes or something like that. Until the time, let's have this. Which board should I keep? Maybe this one. Can I come in 2 minutes? Yeah, I'll keep world this game because it's going on currently, and I will come in 1 minute, guys. Okay. Yes, here. Rook a7. Oh, we have a move. Cool, 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 cool. We have a move. Nepo has for rook b7. Ding played knight d6. He thought a lot, right? Like 40, 58 minus, yeah, 15 minutes. Yeah, we can do the math. And rook a7 has been played. So this rook is ready to be on, yeah, yes, definitely. This rook is 7th rank. But I don't know, guys, how much time do you think these people are going to play? Nepo versus Ding. How much time more? Will they play for 2 hours? 1 hour, half an hour? What is your guess? Because there is no doubt that the position is going to be equal, and the amount of energy, like, is it something which Nepo is going to think that if he's trying to put a lot of pressure, psychologically it is building some kind of an advantage? It looks like that. What do you think? Why would Nepo be playing this game? More, Anand Prakash is very precise. More 12 minutes. End into a draw. No, it will end into a draw, but how long? How long do you think? Satyam, live stream is working. I don't know what the issue is at your end, but it is working over here. Here, right now, Ding can go 94 because it's a direct attack on the f2 pawn. You cannot defend with the king, nor you can defend with the rook. So, I mean, you can defend with the king while by going to g1, and then there is a repetition of the move which can happen, rook e2. So, if you go, so that's why if you want to change, like not repeat, you will have to play f3, and you will have to commit this move in a way. Where Ding can again, let's say, challenge the knight here for the exchange. Uh, can you move this knight away? Knight cannot go to e3, e5, 6. I mean, oh my god, it's a forced exchange. Actually, it's a forced exchange. So knight f2, rook f2, and this is definitely a draw. So after rook a7, knight e4 is actually forcing an exchange. King g1 has move repetition, and f3 has um, knight exchange. And once it goes to rook. So actually this game should end in, oh, you might be right, Anand Prakash, more 12 minutes. It would be very funny. Sakar chess says a half an hour. Yeah, I don't think it can last more than half an hour for sure. That's what I also agree. Half an hour is the most. So rook a7 has been played. By the way, what about Arjun? Has anything started? No, nothing yet. Also, I'm not sure how long it's gonna take, but might take, every game might have some break. By the way, you can also watch the commentary for this tournament in Arjun's tournament right now, the tournament where he's playing, on our another live stream which is going on currently. So maybe you can watch it over there. And for the World Championship, I think they are. Oh, Ding did not play 94. Very surprisingly, he went King F8. Ah, I know why. Maybe what he was thinking, for knight e4, we missed rook e7. There is a pin there. Okay, by the way, knight g3 would be a bad move. I mean, I thought there is rook f7 check, king f7, knight. Oops, sorry. Oh my god, how can I see knight takes e2? It's your knight. Super blunder. So knight, it was still possible. But he anyway played king f8 because now his threat is knight e4 and a draw. Guys, this is ending in a draw. I don't know how long they're gonna keep playing. Maybe half an hour, maybe 1 hour, or maybe, because one move, last move, Dane thought for 15 minutes. And if they are going to think for so long, it could last a long. So maybe I think we won't be able to focus here much. I will be checking how long more for Arjun's game. But again, that is going on in another live stream. So maybe we can wait for a few minutes if this ends in like 5 minutes or something. And we can otherwise end the stream today. How guys, please do prepare well. All those who, many of you had written in the chat that you're planning to play the tournament, classical tournaments you are having. So make sure you have good energy, make sure you are doing physical exercise. That is also an important part. You have to sit for long hours on the chair. So definitely back exercises are extremely important. Do not miss them. In case any of you are lazy, then don't do that. Also, you can keep some dry fruits with you when you are playing the game, or a banana also works. But don't eat chocolates in the beginning of the game or even half the game, because they give instant energy, but they also bring down a lot of energy after that. So it's only consumed towards the end of the game. So these are some things to get, like some natural things for a chess player. Discipline is very important during a tournament. Getting good sleep, eating good food. It's not like every day you can eat pizzas and burgers and all of that. All of these things have to be taken care of as a whole thing. Yeah, king f8. That line, why not f4 instead of f3? Ah, okay. Here you mean after rook a7, knight e4. Your question is why not f4? Yeah, f4 is also possible, but can we not think of the same thing? We saw knight f2, but oh my god, oh shit! That good point. Good point. Knight f2 would be a mistake because knight e5, and you cannot defend f7 pawn. Well spotted. Very well spotted, Soumya Agarwal. Amazing. So not knight f2. You may have to find some other idea. Yeah, you will have to keep your knight on d6, but then this knight comes to d5. By the way, if you challenge this knight and now allow knight e5, how come the computer doesn't think that it's losing a pawn? Quite surprising, right? Like, why not rook f7 firstly? King g8, obviously, we're not gonna go king h8 and allow this check. Or guys, big blunder. King h6 would be a big blunder. Can you spot that? Can you spot why king h6 is a biggest blunder? Actually, not a big blunder. It's like the biggest blunder. Let's call it a biggest blunder. Quickly, guys, in the chat. Anonymous, Soumya Agarwal, Dakshira Incorporation, Pranay, Priyanshu. Yes, absolutely right. Knight g4 is a checkmate in a move, in one move. That's why king h6 would be a blunder. So king g8. Now your threat is to play rook e5 and win a piece. That's why this rook has to move. But where is the rook going to move? Because you cannot keep it on the f file and then you will lose the f4 pawn. So let's say you go here, then there is knight f4 and black recovers the pawn and it's 2 versus 1. This is attacked, all the more better. So that's such a cool defense, yeah, knight h5. Very cool. If at all, this is another way for black. But he's gone king f8. Now his threat is knight e4. let's say let's say I go rook d7, knight e4, and in the same situation f4 is played. You can't go knight f6 anyway. You can't go knight f2 because of knight e5. Got it. So the idea is just different. Just have to be calm. They're gonna play a long game. Okay, guys, I think I will end the stream because this game is ending in a draw. There is no doubt about it. Also, Arjun's stream is going on, so do watch that tournament as well, which is going on. We have good commentators there as well. Satty, Zhuldyz is the tournament, so do watch there, and we will meet again. Tomorrow is a rest day for this tournament, but we will meet again maybe for Arjun's tournament tomorrow or day after. Until then, have a good day and we will see you soon. Bye.